career as a legal officer or as a lawyer is diverse. There are plenty of opportunities. I like to think of it as if you've just finished senior 6, though we finished 5 years of law school. You have very many opportunities. You could do the bench, you could do private practice, you could work for government, you could end up anywhere. The opportunities are still diverse and open. With the police, I felt it wasn't for me. It wasn't a fit for me. The same thing with BOU, a very short stint, internship, but it wasn't my calling. I didn't see my whole life looking at the same contracts day in, day out, maybe going for joint lunch with group members. I wanted something exciting. I wanted something different every day. But that's now me as a person. Maybe it attributes to me as a person that maybe I don't like boring experiences, which brings me back to my life at the bench. The bench to me at the moment suits me as a person. Every day I'm dealing with a different problem. I'm changing someone's life. I'm impacting someone positively or negatively. I'm not selling ice cream, that's for sure. So yes, so you talked about that the bench, as per my learned colleague Gawaya, is for older people. Well, I'm also old. Looks can be deceiving. Just some little lipstick here and there and some makeup. And yes, I can pass off for a 20-year-old, but I'm old. I'm not young. And by the time you finish law school, I don't think anyone is a child. You finish law school, you're an adult. You cannot finish law school below 20. You cannot. So by the time you finish law school, you're old. I think it's quite misrepresenting to say that anyone is a child. No, our experiences are different. We've been to law school. We've studied with people who are older than us. There is no time and place that says that this is specifically for this. It's not a fast and hard rule for my take. And then my experience also at URSB, it was business registration, basically. Same thing every day. Form 20, Form 18, Form 6, A3. Then they later upgraded them. Then now we had to learn the new numbers. It was the same thing for me. But today, I could be dealing with chickens, thieves. Maybe someone stole a sapato somewhere. And then tomorrow, I'm dealing with people who have assaulted each other. It's different. It makes me look forward to going to work every day. So to me, I think it's about finding who you are and loving what you do. I love what I do. I love going in there and helping people. I believe I help people. I don't know. Personally, I think I do. But for you as a person, what do you want? Are you comfortable doing the same thing over and over again? Or are you the person that is trying to look for something that is challenging you? Are you trying to solve a problem? Are you a problem solver? Are you someone who is comfortable with the way things are? So I think choosing your path boils down to who you are as a person and not specifically what pays more or what pays less. It's about satisfaction. It's about you waking up and saying, wow, I'm so happy. I'm going to work. And not feeling like, man, I'm going to work. Even the law firm was nice for me. I think my experience at the law firm was also very interesting. Every day, something different, every day. And then knowing that you filed the submissions and the judge has adopted them. Wow. Knowing that you've solved this person's case and it's been puzzling everyone. Wow. Like, so to me, I think it's about who you are and what you want, but also knowing, most importantly, who are you? I think that's it for me.
I think Hawashik deserves a proper round of applause. And before we take leave of this matter, you talked about how lawyers can create their own. I think we're a profession that creates jobs, creates opportunities where there are, seemingly none. These days we have a group of lawyers who call themselves social media advocates. They do a lot of work on social media, and they've created quite a following around there, and they have a bit of clientele to tap into. But Your Worship, you did indicate that the biggest thing must be around finding your voice, finding who you are, finding what you want to do. And I want to understand, we would like to understand how easy, how simple is that to do? Because I know so many young lawyers who are in this crisis because, you know, they are stuck in a place, they're probably earning a particular amount of money, and that's what's keeping them there, because ultimately that is what pays the bills, that is what is able to get a baby mama some hair, that is what is able to get the children some school fees. So how do you then balance between what you want and ideally what life has thrown at you from your experience, of course?
Thank you for that. The question is, how do you balance?
Yes, how do you balance between what you want and ideally where your voice is leading you? And ideally what is on the ground, what you can really get in, because you may have a vision, for instance, where you're saying maybe you want to join the bench, but maybe you're unable to get through the interviews, but you have an opportunity in the law firm, so you decide to settle there as, you know, because again, it pays the bills.
What is for you will always be for you and not for anyone else. And I will tell you, I've not yet reached where I need to be, but it's a work in progress. It's not something that you're going to achieve. You just don't get out of law school and boom, you're already hitting. You could be running, but are you ready? Maybe it's not there for you right now because maybe you're not at that stage where you're ready for that. Maybe your priorities are elsewhere. When you talk about, you mentioned about social media advocates. If that's what makes them happy, let them do them. Do you. Somewhere along the way, you'll find your path, because all these are paths for self-discovery. As you're hustling to get your baby mama that milk, you're starting to prioritize. You're starting to identify, look here, this may not work. I think if I focused here, this is where I will end up. And then if maybe I need to improve here, maybe I need more better qualifications, or maybe I need to go back to law school, or maybe this is my niche. You pick your niche along the way. I don't think when we leave law school, we basically know what we're going to be or where we're going to be. Maybe we have an idea, but how to get there is different for everyone. But I think what you're calling problems, I think these are things that are meant to shape us. That baby mama trouble that you're talking about is forcing you to think outside the box. How do I as Jordan get through this? Where I am, the pay I'm getting is not enough. Is there something I can do to get maybe a better pay for my children? You have a family. So I think those are not problems. I think those are things that are meant to shape us and direct us where we need to be. So finding yourself is also part of the journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I will turn to Mr. Hauka, who is a senior state attorney with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. And of course, before we delve into your thoughts, sir, I think recently some young lawyers were subjected to tests for positions of, I think among other things, state attorney. And I think it was Tony who was complaining about the aptitude tests. These people went there hoping to cite the Penal Code Act. They got in there and they were asked to calculate the distance of the sun after having a plate of rice and beans on a Monday morning. You know, how were you able, first of all, to get into you know, the work that you're doing? Because so many young lawyers I know would ideally want to get that opportunity, but there's still a few challenges with getting in. So how how were you able to get in? Did you sit the same aptitude tests as well? Were you asked about the Caesar cipher codes and all these other things? And for purposes of context also, I am not asking because I attended these tests. I also got to hear about the questions that were being asked. So Mr. Hauka, how were you able to get into this job?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not so good at this, but as regards law, I think I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, colleague panelists. I want to say that I'm proudly associated with the young lawyers. I say so because I am laboring under a challenge of where I should position myself with the 9 years of experience. I do not know whether I'm a young lawyer or I should follow the other side. But having seen my colleague with whom we were at this, Mr. Kamba O'Brien, maybe I am a young lawyer. So because, you know, at LDC, we started with the people who were in the 60s. And when we finished, they thought that by virtue of their age, they were senior lawyers. So, but that is it. The moderator generously introduced me based on the information he had. But to set the mood at a comfortable position also, I wish to say that apart from the ordinary qualifications we know, I also hold a Master of Laws in Law from the University of South Wales, UK. Of course, when I say that I hold that qualification, other people doubt because of the accent. They think I should have now turned into a white, but that is what it is. So back to your question, during our time, we did not do aptitude. I think because we are very few. So we are not subjected to aptitude. But my understanding of aptitude test, I think it is just used as an elimination method because numbers are very many. So they want to have, in fact, many fail such that they can have the number that falls within the scope of what they want to employ. But I have also had an experience of sitting an aptitude test. I remember IG advertised they needed 15 inspectorate officers, and I applied. I think I was number 3,000 something. So when my uncle drove me to Nambole where we were to sit aptitude, he asked me whether we are going to sit the test as other people are watching a football match. So I told him that no, all these have come to do the test. He wanted to take me back home. But of course, one question which made me even now not answer the rest is asking me that a soldier is standing with a gun at a certain position. He's aiming a criminal some 5 meters away. Wind is pushing from the north. Advise him on how he should measure the weight of wind in order to get the target. And I was, how is that related to the work I'm supposed to do? So somehow I agree with Council Tumukunde. Such questions cannot test the quality and the standard of somebody you may need for the job, and you're likely to get this incompetent person who is able to gamble around those questions. Then you have them employed, yet they can't deliver. So I am lucky. Maybe I would have failed if we are subjected to the same during our time. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And maybe let's talk about your legal path, because it's really, like the theme suggests, it's really diverse. It's not, you know, because ideally we're taught in law school that the proper path is you leave law school, you join a firm, and then, you know, you work your way through the top. What prompted you then to make that decision to ideally go this other side of legal practice? And also, while answering that, could you share what some of your learnings have been on this journey so far?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, my understanding of diverse legal paths in this context refers to the opportunities available for practice for the legal professionals. And you can explore these opportunities through various categories of law or practice. And this may be criminal law practice, can be civil, which comprises of commercial or corporate law, family law, land transactions, among others. Now, what shapes you or what guides you to what legal path you should take? Are very many things. It could be the passion you have for that particular legal path you want to take. It could be, of course, most of the us for the potential earnings you are to get, maybe in dollars, as Councillor Tumukunde said. It could be the skills that you have, your personal traits. Remember, if you were a thief, you are unlikely to effectively perform the work of a prosecutor. And also a lawyer, you should set a shining example as a law-abiding citizen. I think a lawyer should never be a criminal. So, but if you are, then it is unlikely that actually that personal trait will affect the nature of the path you may take. Now, before I joined the ODPP, the office of ODPP, which I had loved so much to work with, I remember at LDC, the lecturers, whenever we would have multi-courts, they would refer to me as a very good prosecutor. They would tell me you would make a good prosecutor. And since then, I started loving it. So, but when I was in a law firm, I was earning 150,000, very little money. Now, police advertised. So and they had talked of if you're a lawyer, you can get professional allowance and the salary. So I saw I was going to have a better pay. So that was actually drove me to attempt to join the police. So a friend who told me to go for the recruitment told me to go in my capacity as a lawyer. So I dressed very smartly. I carried my file. So when we reached there, the recruitment field, the commissioner told us that you drop whatever you have where you're standing. This is the map of running. I became confused. I was like, how am I going to run with my sharp shoes? And so, but another thing was telling me that don't miss this money. Of course, when I found some people in sports where I felt I was going to have an advantage over them because I for the test of smartness, I had passed. So now I had to faithfully oblige and drop the file down. Then we started running. My senior did not know that I had gone for the recruitment. That day I told him I was sick. So we started running. And some clients who knew me came near, they are like, "Counsel, what is happening? What is happening?" But I concentrated on running. So, but in the end, I was not taken because the commissioner who was in charge was uncomfortable with someone who was an advocate because he said they needed general lawyers. I felt bad. Now, what really shocked me in the end, I go home that day, I am relaxing, watching news and TV. I see myself on point blank. Actually, it was Zungololo. They are talking about those funny things. Very many people had not known. The next day I go to the law firm, my senior asks me, "How are you now?" I says, "I'm fine." Oh, he said, "Oh." Then he says, "So have you heard about the police recruitment?" I said, "I'm not aware." Then he showed me the clip of Zungululu. I almost collapsed. Yeah, but later, when the DPP advertised, I was able to join. So when I joined with my principals. And of course, now I had joined the job which I had passionately wanted to serve in. So while there, I had to distinguish myself as the best. You know, as Martin Luther once said that if you are a sweeper, sweep to the glory of God. In whatever you do, do your best, stand out. So when I got the job, I was posted in Tororo, and I am this person who wanted always, I treated myself, even when I was working for government, I treated myself as an independent contractor. You know, an independent contractor will never allow to miss work because he knows if he misses, he's at a loss. So with that mentality, it made me to outperform others. I developed the credibility in the way that people would love to consult from me how I do my things. And I knew that in government, the government I had joined, it was not for getting rich, but to render a service. Remember, if you join with the mentality of becoming rich, you can't make it in government. But in government, you can really shine and be comfortable and reach to where you want to be. And in fact, in 2018, I was recognized by the DPP as the overall best prosecutor of that year. So of course, then I moved until I was brought to anti-corruption. Now, you see, as a young lawyer, we have to appreciate, first of all, in fact, for you to stand out in the crowd and take advantage of the competition. Even us in government, actually, we are under competition. It's not only in private practice, even us in government, we are under competition. Now, you need to stand out in the crowd and do things that make you exceptionally different from others. Now, because for me, I knew that things that can easily be attended to by Google, and there's so many other called elites, I should not over-concentrate on them, but let me do things which differentiate me from others. I started researching so much on corruption cases, money laundering, how you can press a mutual legal assistance request to another country, those things of extradition. In fact, in ODPP, I think by that time only one deputy DPP knew about such procedures. We studied them, but how to put them in practice is very hard. So those were gray areas which I explored as a young state attorney, and it made me to stand out. Now, in ODPP or in these government institutions, they have specialized departments which give you an opportunity to explore the legal path that you need. For example, now I'm attached at anti-corruption department, but because of my research and specialty, that is why I'm there. And we have senior lawyers who come to consult. You see, it feels good to have Counsel Kabega seated in court, and then he asks you, estate, how do I proceed here? You see, it is still, you start creating your brand like that, and it makes you stand out. So in government, there are those diverse legal paths that you can undertake. In ODPP, we have gender, children, and sexual offenses department. We have international crimes department, land crimes department. In all those, you can thrive. Now, for a young lawyer, how do you thrive? Take advantage of some of these gray areas. There is construction law, there is food and beverages law, there are so many gray areas. Those will keep you relevant from the usual things, and you thrive. So for me, those have been my driving factors that have made me succeed in the legal path I took up to now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hauka, for a very detailed discussion on your own path, that other side of the law. And, building up from your point of having gray areas of the law, I will, tapping into the gray areas of the law, I will quickly turn to Tony again. It's been a while since, we talked. But what is that something also you're doing at your firm, trying to tap into new areas of the law, new or gray areas of the law at your firm?
Yeah, exactly. I think Mr. Kauka makes very nice points. If you want to excel beyond any ordinary young lawyer, is that you should know something exceptional. I, for one, I would tell you at his court, I have very many files. When I left a certain law firm where I was working, I never wanted to do criminal law, but because I saw anti-corruption is a field where lawyers do not actually, this is one of the hardest acts to master. And I ventured into that. I have several files there at anti-corruption, but also for diverse parts in our law firm, construction law. I have people doing construction law. I have people doing tax law. I have people, I'm surprised, Mr. Kauka knows beverage law. We have a case against a certain institution that supplied water through a certain supermarket, and we have a person that is exactly handling that and is an expert at that. I think as a young lawyer managing a law firm, you need to hire people that will work with you, not for you. And a person that works with you is a person that has a higher level than where you ended. If I have an MBA, I don't need 3 people for MBAs. I need people in tax, I need people in oil and gas, I need people in beverage law, I need people in construction, I need people in legal tech, fintech, and communication. That is the only way you can survive in this town. And because you have these different brains at the law firm and you're working with them, they're not working for you. Whatever they give you, you're learning from them. Yes.
Thank you so much, Tony. And still sticking with you, it's very nice to hear that you're employing mainly young lawyers. And one of the things that is now in vogue that everyone is talking about is the advent of artificial intelligence, but specifically, tools like ChatGPT. Are these tools, in your opinion, that young lawyers that wish to start out, their legal businesses can leverage to help them to stand out?
For me, I think if you have decided to venture into AI, and that's what you want. Her worship, Evelyn, said that in our practice, whatever you decide, whatever you feel will work for you, go for it. If you feel fintech will work for you, if you feel AI will work for you, go for it. Go and master in it. Become an expert in your own art, and people will look for you. I want also to encourage, probably in other law firms, not everyone that is here or that is online works for a law firm that will enable them master in an art that they yearn for. But as a senior advocate that is having probably a young lawyer, you need to make sure you give them the comfortable bed to enable them master in an art they want. If they going for communication, please allow them. I think I've not heard of law firms here sponsoring young lawyers to go and do masters. Why? Because I believe, please, if I speak this, feel free not to tweet about it, feel free if it does not piss you, but I think most of the senior lawyers are scared of the young lawyers. And why? Because a young lawyer will come with a master's from UK, a young lawyer will come and master in AI, a senior lawyer does not know that. But because this young lawyer is not allowed to venture probably in space, probably go and speak about themselves that this is the art I know. I, for one, I believe if a person is advertising themselves on LinkedIn, they're giving us knowledge on Twitter, they're giving us knowledge wherever, what they do. For me, I believe it's really okay. It's okay. And the senior lawyers and the employers, our employers, should find it comfortable with them that this person, the more they speak about what they know, if they are speaking about what you do not know and are putting it to the public, it can grow, it can prosper your law firm. It brings me to the point that you made, the social media lawyers. For me, I love it. If you're stressed and somebody tweets, I usually read my senior Anthony Bazira's statuses, and I read his social media postings that he makes. I get encouraged. He's a partner. I get encouraged at that age. He's a partner in a first-year law firm, and he's tweeting about the life he went through at the commercial division. It encourages me. If somebody is doing it right and not bad in any way, it doesn't offend you, please read about it. I do not, most of the people know I'm the one that tweets. I have somebody that runs my pages. I don't. I sometimes find he has posted something new about law. I tell him that is good, it's not good.
Wait, Tony, you have a social media handle?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So most of the things that are posted, because he knows these people are experts, he will know that this is a lawyer and this lawyer should only, whatever goes on the page is legal. But also they know, they have read me. I'm here for young lawyers. For me, that is why I believe. I believe that a young lawyer can prosper more than even an old lawyer if given space. Because just imagine, Jordan, a person that has researched for about a certain principle in a case, and a senior lawyer goes and argues the case within 15 minutes at the Supreme Court and wins it. There is a young lawyer that researched for months for that principle and backed it up. If that person was given chance, you cannot write what you can't speak. That's what I believe. So for me, if a young lawyer is coming up on social media and is telling us a principle, probably about a case, they're not abusing anyone, they're not attacking anyone, they're not doing anything bad. They're just putting out what helps others. And sometimes there are problems that they have faced in the legal profession that they are putting out. Sometimes I go to court, my handler does whatever happens at the commercial court. I also find it, I laugh a bit. So
it's always very inspiring when you meet a young person who has a social media handler. And of course, we look upon you, sir. You are goals. You are really goals. But still building up on that, around that conversation, Tony. You talked about how lawyers can venture into all these other different areas. You talked about communications, for instance, having a lawyer that makes sure that the content that is put out there is legal and actually speaks to the legalese. But some lawyers on social media have been hit with accusations of not necessarily providing alerts that bring anything new. So they'll say, hashtag legal alert, but the principle is being reaffirmed in the case. And therefore there is nothing really new there. But how, as a person who regularly uses social media, how effective is social media in, bypassing certain, because when you read part of the advocates regulations, we are not supposed to be, ambulance chasing, we're not supposed to be advertising and all, but social media has made all of that possible. So do you think social media is actually a tool that can effectively be used in, proper management of legal businesses?
Yeah. That's a law of the 70s. Is there a law that entitles you to put on a necktie when you go before a registrar? There is no law. It's good etiquette and practice. I think if you might think it's an old case to you, it's a new case to someone. I usually follow very many lawyers that have won cases and probably they're putting them on their status. And these are new things to me. Law is like reading a Bible scripture. Every now and then a principle is reaffirmed by a certain judicial officer and they find it new and probably they add spices to that principle. For me, I believe if it's new to you, if it's old to you, it might be new to another person. But for social media, if you're not touting, if you're not advertising, I would tell you, I would be frank, open. Most of the ministers that are clients in this country, I got them from social media. My handler tells me so and so has inboxed you. Most of the students at LDC that I've paid tuition for from social media, most of the LLB students that I've paid tuition for social media, most of the clients that I've got abroad, I secured an appointment with Mr. Bazira. Ahmed Nasir, for me, I believe is the grand mullah in East Africa, is the best. I take him as one of the people I look up to. He came into my Twitter, asked for my personal email, gave me an invite and asked me whether I could carry another person I look up to from Uganda. Who did I look up to? I looked up to Bazira because this is a person that is always updating us. So social media can be used illicitly and also can be used for better results. So I believe if you're using it for better results, well and good, go on.
Okay, thank you so much, Tony. And I think he deserves a round of applause. Your Worship, I will turn to you and I'll ask you to just quickly share some of the challenges that you're dealing with in your line of work. I know you said it's very exciting. You're always dealing with something new every day, and I hope, Your Worship, you will not receive an application one of these days for you to reinstate a group member who has been kicked off a WhatsApp platform. But just to really draw from your experiences, what have the challenges been like, and how are you dealing, or how do you deal with those challenges in your line of work?
Well, thank you, Jordan. The challenges, like any other job, they're there. I've been at the bench for not so long. It's been a short while. And the challenges may be, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't think they're challenges for me. I don't think they're challenges. I think these are disguised opportunities for me as a person. The issues that I've faced, I've also handled them. And I think for me, they were wins. So I don't think they were challenges per se. They were disguised opportunities. So if I try to think right now, my mind is blank. I cannot sit down and tell you that this is the specific challenge I found. Maybe I've broken down and maybe try to get a hold of myself looking at someone crying and then thinking, oh my God, this is bad. And then you have to maybe pause and then go recollect yourself and then come back. Maybe that is the first thing that is coming off my mind. And then maybe you come back and then you're faced with a challenge. She has used the panga, she has cancer, and then you have to balance. This is violence. And then also her, she has grown up in violence. Maybe dealing with my people, my clients. I don't think my clients are a challenge. I don't think my people are a challenge. Honestly, I cannot come up with a challenge that I've faced. I think everything has been maybe a disguised opportunity for me. Maybe it's an outlook of life. Maybe it's how, like I said, you be you. To me, it's not a challenge. To me, it's not something that is going to make me feel, oh my God, I'm not going to go back to work tomorrow. No. Where I am right now, I believe I am comfortable. To me, I don't think my life at the bench has been one blessed with challenges. There are, yes, but there've been also opportunities that maybe have made me shine through, to me personally. And so maybe you have to be very specific, because when it comes down to challenges, we grow through challenges. So I cannot specifically tell you that this is the challenge.
All right. Thank you, Your Worship. Again, just a reminder for those of you who are joining us both online and physically here, that the topic of discussion this morning is legal business, starting out, and the different panelists that we have this morning are sharing their own diverse experiences. And of course, if you're using Twitter, the hashtag is hashtag wireless_self-leadership and hashtag ULS as well. Now, before I turn to Mr. Hauka again, I will ask our online audiences to share your questions in the Q&A component of the chat, and we'll be able to ask these questions after this round of questioning. So kindly put in your questions and we'll be able to get to them as soon as possible. Now, I'll turn to you, Mr. Hauka. You already in the discussion we had, you indicated a few challenges that you encountered at the beginning of your work. And of course, you hinted at competition, which again, like our worship says, is meant, of course, to push you to become a better person. Apart from that, do you have any other challenges in your line of work?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, challenges are always there. The first challenge I can say is the issue to do with time. You see, when you were professional and you wish to project yourself as a very serious professional, timekeeping is very, very key. Now, it appears that it is a general rule that we don't keep time. And that has been a challenge to me. When we agree that the appointment shall be at 9 prompt, I must be here and we must commence business. Of course, I don't know in this, okay, here in the symposium, we kept time because they indicated that we start at 9:15. I believe we started at that time. So it affects you as a professional when you have court at 9 and the magistrate or a judicial officer comes at 11. You cannot expect to execute your business as you had planned in the shortest time that is available for you now. And remember, this person who has even come late is unable to attend to give you the maximum attention. So time has always on my side been a challenge in a sense that my performance has been affected by people who don't keep time. Even lawyers, you give somebody an appointment to come and we discuss a certain matter where they have interest, and somebody just comes an hour after. So that is a very big challenge. Another challenge is to do with now this job as a state attorney. It appears there is now a line drawn between the state attorney or the lawyer of government with now the private practitioner. Now, the lawyers in private practice, when you're handling a matter which is maybe against a certain lawyer who has not behaved very professionally, they perceive you as a witch hunter. You are witch hunting this lawyer, yet he was doing his work within the ambit of his professional practice. So you can't criminalize his work. In fact, you see, there is that problem. Now, it is as if a colleague fails to understand that you're simply executing your mandate professionally and not witch hunting anyone. So that one has caused the friction between us and the private practitioner. Sometimes we meet and we can't talk. The issue of corruption. A colleague, I have always told people, for those who have approached me on several occasions, suggesting to offer something such that we see how we handle the case. Yes, that is it. And I always tell them, yes, whereas money is needed, and surely I need it. You see, there is, considering that I work in an office which operates a zero tolerance policy against corruption, I have to be seen to have some integrity. But when you explain that to a colleague, I remember actually I had one experience. A colleague approaches me and he called me to his car. I didn't know, I just responded as a colleague. So when we went to his car, he showed me a box which I could not see its contents, but the vehicle was smelling money. And then, yes, it was smelling money. And he told me that that box you see has 400 million. Of course, I have never touched that. So he said, you will only have to do this. And what he's telling me is practically impossible, and he knows it. Practically impossible. So when I resisted, up to now, me and that lawyer, we don't talk. You see, yet I thought, and I have told the people, that if you will descend to such a level of using such means to achieve what you think is justice, then why did you go to a law school? Because any businessman can put in money and then gets the same result. But why you have been hired as a lawyer is to use the law in order to get the result. Use just the law. Now, there has been that problem. Another challenge is, of course, as government workers, yes, whereas we joined and knowing that we shall not make a kill out of that job, we surely also need to live a better life. It is very disheartening, very, very, very bad to see that a colleague you studied with has come to court glittering, looking so nice, and for you, you own a ton coat, a ton shirt, very bad. So this problem of underpayment And the problem is that it is not as if we are all underpaid. There are disparities. You'll find a lawyer at URSB earning double the state attorney. A lawyer in URA earning way above the state attorney. So that has also been the challenge. But of course, what we do, we fight within. We fight within to ensure that we get the better pay, and the government is trying to improve. Then that other challenge is that for us as prosecutors, whereas I talked about diversity of the legal paths within, it is still largely limited to criminal practice. You can't venture into another legal path as long as you're actively employed. So somehow these other opportunities are not readily available to you because of that limited scope of your work. So those are some of the challenges.
Thank you so much for sharing candidly. And of course, I'll turn lastly to Tony. Same question. What have the challenges been like? I know you've painted this picture of things going well, but I'm sure there must be a few challenges. Are they similar to the challenges that you mentioned? Do you also have challenges with lubricating the wheels of justice in this particular context?
I think I've not painted a picture of things getting well, but I've painted a picture of making things get well. That's what I've painted. He raises one of his last points, payment disparities. And for me, I would believe one of the most suffering working people in this country are the lawyers, the 1 to 3 years of practice, of their legal practice. They're uncertain of what they will get. They do not have transport to and fro their workplaces. They have been treated as registry boys. They have been treated as clerks. They have been treated as transport people. They are dropping gifts for their bosses. These are advocates. And at the end of the day, they are uncertain of what they will be paid. Somebody brings an advocate of 1 to 3 years, 1 to 5 years to their law firm to work for them and promises them probably $300 as salary. And they're uncertain whether at the end of the month they will get that money. And even when they get that money, it's after a long period of time. So that is what we are curing. And that is what I think we are not better than the old people, and we don't want to compare ourselves with them. We are telling them that what you fail to do, we can do better. And me, that is what I believe. At my workplace, I've totally done away with that. You can never find somebody demanding their salary first of every month. Why? Because the reason why I wake up to work is not to build a better house, is not to drive a better car. Yes, I have them, but is to make somebody's life better, is to make sure that if somebody enters my law firm, he has security, job security, he has salary security, he has a motivation that is working in a law firm that will grow him, will inspire him, and not demolish him. The other challenge that I face is people not trusting the young lawyers to handle complex instructions. I'll tell you, if you were to ask each and every one here in this room, they will tell you they have mastered in something. What does it tell you? That there are better people in this room that can handle complex instructions in oil and gas, construction, arbitration, fintech, communication. These are young lawyers, but why have they not yet produced results? There is no space for them. You're in a law firm of 20 people, 15 of you are senior, they don't have masters. They think sending Jordan, who has a master's, maybe to the commercial court. Jordan puts on well, Jordan drives well, Jordan smells well, he will take a client. That is a challenge between the young lawyers and the old lawyers. The third is, which most of the people do not actually give attention to, is their welfare in the society where they fall. And I want to thank the council and the ULS that at least this, by its manifesto theme, members first, they have really tried. I would encourage them that let's make it better. Look at NBA, the Nigeria Association, NAB, the Nigeria Association. Look at LSK. What policies have they created? For me, I believe if a young lawyer is coming out of LDC and it's their first time to enroll, why would they pay this very fees with somebody who has been in practice for 15 years? This is a person you're not paying, but you're telling him, get a PC, get a PC. If you don't get it, you're leaving. But at the same time, you're not paying him. He has no subscription fees. He has no membership fees. He's paying that fee with somebody of 20 years. That is a challenge. I believe as law society, you can say, okay, from the 500 that you pay, probably we shall remove, let's say, 15, 20,000 to save for you in the circle, 20,000 to save for you in the benevolent fund, 20,000 to go to law society. If you can create those avenues, but you don't expect me, who is leaving law school, who is leaving LDC, my first year to enroll, and you're expecting me to pay that much. And lastly is the challenge that the young lawyers are facing in enrolling. Most of these law firms have not given them avenues to use their documents. You find, I was listening to my secretary was telling me only the people that have contacted my law firm to enroll at my law firm have been 38 picking maybe an SSF certificate, all those documents that they pick. Why? Because they are unsafe to even enroll from the law firms where they are working. But also their senior colleagues have not given them safe havens to enroll from there. So I think these are the challenges that these people are facing.
Thank you so much. And when we have these conversations, you get to understand the different contexts, whereas myself and my friend, who I can see in the crowd, Godwin Toko, whereas for us, the conversations we have with our Rolex people, the conversation Mr. Tumukunde has is with his secretary. So clearly the levels are very different, but we are continuously having this conversation and we want to understand legal businesses, what are the different experiences and what they've been like. And right now we want to turn to you, the online audience, in case there's anyone with a question to any of the panelists. I had indicated that you can ask the question and then we'll be able to read it out for the panelists. Now, some questions have come through. To Her Worship, a small piece of advice to the upcoming magistrates. What could you say has made you stand out among the many? Most judicial officers are well known either for their judgments or for their ethical behavior. Very, very important question there. Still another one to Your Worship. Don't you think that as officers of the court, especially the bench, that there is a duty to allow young lawyers much more leeway as they appear and represent their clients? I hope this person is not trying to infer holding out. And then also, dear Council Tony, do you still have some slots at the firm? This person is saying they are very inspired and they want to also come and start earning US dollars. So that's the first round of questions. Over to you, Your Worship, and Tony, while our online audience delivers more questions as well.
Thank you, Jordan. This is very interesting. What has made me stand out? I wouldn't say stand out. I've not really looked to see if I'm actually standing out, but those who know me know I'm a go-getter. Those who know me know that A is A, B is B. I've never changed. I'm still the same Eve before the bench. Probably will still be the same Eve post bench. I am what I am. If I believe in something, I'll stand by it. And I think, to me, it's not just about the judgments. My first judgment, my current judgment, they're different. I'm growing through them. I wouldn't say I have the best judgments, no. I learn along the way. And I think I think I'm proud of them. But then most importantly to me, I think what stands out for me is me as a person. Who is Eve? Eve is bold. She's aggressive. And yeah, I'm a go-getter. A is A, B is B. And pardon? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that as well. Although I've added some, but yeah. Thank you. And then the question about allowing young lawyers to hold out is a very tricky thing for us because let's face it, enrollment is expensive. Bear with me. Stick with me here. You've talked about 500,000. You've talked about membership fees. You've talked about getting onto that role, signing. You need a new suit for that. All the years, and then you're in the system. They put you in the system because literally as they enroll, they update the system. So now you put us in a very funny situation. This person has paid to be where they are. They have their PC. And then someone else is also trying to get away. Sorry about that. This person is also trying to make a living without a PC. It's a case-by-case basis. Everyone has their own way of running their court. But to me, I think it would be only fair to allow those who have PCs to operate in court. Because it's not cheap. Law school is not cheap. You're not here for free. Is there anyone here for free? That suit is not cheap. Those books are not cheap. The time you spend looking through those briefs and everything is not cheap. So this question is very tricky because one, in essence, you're telling me, one, are you going to break the law? Are you going to allow us to break the law? And you're putting me in a very funny situation. Should I say, yes, you can come and break the law with me? Is that basically what they're asking? I'm very curious because the law says you should operate in court with a practicing certificate, and a practicing certificate costs money. So if we allow people who are not enrolled, who have not paid their license fees for the year, we are disadvantaging those who are trying to compete fairly in the market. I don't know if that answers your question.
Actually, the person who asked the question added a bit of context. They said that the question does not mean is not about enrollment. It's about advocates who have the past practicing certificates, and the person who asked indicated that they've seen several young lawyers who are rushed by judicial officers without giving them an opportunity to actually represent their clients. So they are rushed because they have that first PC, which of course—
What is rushed?
I
think rushed is now is a new English word, but we have leeway up to 31st March. 31st March of every year to, I think, renew our certificates. I cannot speak on behalf of my colleagues. I can only speak for myself. And myself, I do not want to answer that I'm going to allow you to break the law. For now, allow me to say that.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. We have more questions pouring in. But for those of you who are in physical attendance as well, kindly also do indicate to me in case you have any question that you want to ask our panelists. But I'll turn to Tony to answer his question.
Okay, before I answer my question, I would ask the senior lawyers, maybe if by chance they are online or in physical attendance, how do you feel paying a lawyer 200,000? That's not even enough for one training of CLE. That means you're paying your lawyers, these young lawyers, 2 trainings in Young Lawyers Symposium. How do you feel? And at the end of the day, how worship is going to face a problem because these people have not renewed their PCs because it necessitates them to carry over $1 million shilling, pay 500, pay East Africa, pay ULS, Social Security and all that. So that as a young lawyer, I think the young lawyers, most of their biggest problem is certainty. You see, these young lawyers are drafting contracts, but for themselves, they don't have contracts where they are working. And let's just agree as the Young Lawyers Committee that all law firms that are employing these people, let these people be certain about their jobs. Let have contracts. If you're paying them maybe 500, put it in a contract so that they are certain, so that if you don't pay, they take you on, like you're making them take on instructions for your clients. So the other question that they asked is, do you still have some slots at the firm? I will ask Rita Simwe, my managing partner, but I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We would like to recognize the presence of two great counsel. Senior Counsel Omar Atubo is in the house. Thank you so much for making the time to attend. We also have Senior Counsel Akabwai, who is also in the house. You're most welcome, sir. And since you have the microphone, I will allow you to ask your question to the panelists.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, moderator. I am not asking any question, but got one or two comments. And then also I have got an issue, which is a challenge, which the young lawyers must find a solution. One, my legal path, in fact, I'm a young lawyer because I worked most of the time. Then after leaving, entering LDC after 30 years, after leaving university, that was first my biggest challenge. The second challenge was that I entered legal practice as not really as a business, but I wanted to pass time because I'd retired from the government services. But then the short time I've had in legal practice, I've had quite some experiences which I think you should know of. One is you should know how to charge. If you don't know how to charge, then you have a problem. Because you may undercharge. If you overcharge, the clients will go away. And you know, most of these clients these days, before he comes to you, he must have been around about 3-4 legal firms. So when you hear that your price is a bit high, you just take off. And then don't get desperate and accept any figure because you want money. What will happen, you take on the case. But you see at midnight, maybe you are sleeping and he rings you, hey, what about my case? What's happening? You know, so that's a serious issue. The second thing that I want you to know is when you are charging or when you are taking on a case, don't take it on because you think it has got high chances of success. Litigation is just like a game of football. You are never sure until you hear the last whistle. So never assume that your case is good, you win. No. And therefore you take it on credit. You see. And maybe if you take it on credit, you must have an agreement with the client. Because I made this mistake right now, I was kind, we work because I'd been the good old civil servant, and I have ended up with debtors, in fact, who have to pay me more than 500 million shillings, but I think I just write it off because there's no way you can get that money, especially if that money of your client is to come from the government through the Attorney General's office. That one you are likely to forget because there's so much money unpaid because of decree orders, which the Attorney General has not paid. The other thing which now I pose as a problem for young lawyers, and maybe the whole panel there, is to find a solution. This thing arises, I think, out of the dynamics of employment at national level. The issue is allowing no space, or rather networking. I put another word, close the shop. There's a tendency among some lawyers. You have a lawyer, maybe, I'll name institutions, because that's where my experience is. That has got to do with taxation. You see, you have an employee A, a lawyer A, in URA. You have another lawyer B in a private firm. You have another lawyer C in with the employer, say a bank. These people create a relationship. And once they create that relationship, they cause URA lawyer causes a gross an assessment of tax, which scares the taxpayer. Oh, 3 billion, where do I get that money? So he goes, so I've got a lawyer who can handle it. So he goes B. Now B says, okay, let me negotiate. And you know the assessment is fictitious, say 5 billion. It can negotiate to about 1 billion if he can give us another 1 billion. You see? So that thing goes on. And then you find that URA may get its right tax. The taxpayer may think he has benefited, but he has lost. You see? Because of that thing called networking. It's a serious issue for you young lawyers. You have to find a solution. People who are in relationship, either they are related or they went to the same school, they are working in different offices, they create a problem and they get a solution. And the solution is benefit them, but eventually one person must lose, either the taxpayer or the tax collector. This is something you should think about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senior Counsel, for those words of wisdom. I will then turn to Senior Counsel Mara Tubo, and then I will turn to Ivan Okuda, who I also see.
Thank you once again. Yesterday I said something. I want to thank the 3 panelists for exposing their experience and for their success and their ambition in the legal profession. I think they are doing very well, especially to Mukunde in the legal practice. With many lawyers, 15 lawyers. I think this is one. This brings me to the point where many lawyers want to go alone, especially up country. I don't know about Kampala, but I'm now retired leader in a way, scaling down in legal practice because you young people are very, very aggressive, and which makes we all lawyers take it. And you are doing well, actually. But I would discourage young. Tumukunde has given us a very good example. The legal profession is now very diverse. And for a young lawyer really to succeed, I would say be at least a minimum of 3. But what I see in some chambers is that you have one young lawyer with his briefcase running around, and really it seems to be chasing money more than really promoting the dignity of the legal profession, and also with the justice, which is what we should do. Yesterday I said, one really should be proud to be a lawyer and ask yourself, what is the purpose? Why have I become a lawyer? You know, well, money will come, but in the first place, try to excel yourself. Try to excel yourself as a lawyer. Yesterday I also told you that I graduated from Makere in 72. We were the first group of the Law Development Center in 1972. It was interrupted by the expulsion of Asians who were immediately recruited by Amin regime to fill big posts in government as young lawyers, you know, state attorney, magistrates, and so on. I went to the P and rose to the rank of senior state attorney. And I was seconded to Kampala City Council to open the first office. And that's where I met Francis Bwenje. And he was still a sort of a clerk in that place. But when I came back from exile, I found he had graduated in law and he's doing well, you know? So my message to young lawyers is that you are the future of the legal profession. Very proud. Some of them, you are doing very well. You're very suspicious. You are also, yesterday, another thing is we talked about specialization. Don't be a jack of all trades. Try to specialize and have that knowledge in your field. You have a broad field of criminal law in your legal firm, go there. You have a broad field of civil law generally, there you are, and so on and so on. Your worship, there has been a recent recruitment of, is it 100? Nearly 100 magistrates grade 1. I've been trying to have a few chats with some of your colleagues, and I don't mean to denigrate any of those grade 1 magistrates. They are my friends. Some of them are my age mates of my children who are also lawyers. But my view is that just as there is very high qualification, high bar for recruitment of a judge, is it a minimum of 15 years or 10 years you are appointed? I think there is no, apart from whatever Judicial Service Commission is setting, I don't think that there is any bar. I have seen a few of the magistrates grade 1 recruited after enrolling as magistrates, as enrolling straight away as advocates without even 1 year of legal experience. Your worship, you have had your exposure. So I would, and here you have a magistrate grade 1 with hardly 1 year of legal practice, and you have Tumukunde appearing before him or her, and you have another senior lawyer of 20 years appearing before that magistrate. I think with Uganda becoming very litigious, people are now very litigious. You know, when we started this in 74, 75, and we see now, things are very difficult. People have become very much American-like. Any dispute, court. Anything in family dispute, court. Complaints in court. So I would say that, and the first instant of justice knocking the door is magistrate grade 1. I think the bar of being a magistrate grade 1 should be raised. I'm happy. I was talking to one magistrate in Lira, and she had 8 years in legal practice. And she's doing well, 8 years. But there's another colleague somewhere, I don't want to mention the name, who was recruited straight from university and from enrollment, no other deeper exposure. So I think this is really where the challenge, we shall continue to improve. And once we point out mistakes here and there, then it goes to the right authority to have them. The issue of, what do you call it? Emolument of government lawyers generally. I think somehow it should be handled, and there should not be a very big difference between a magistrate grade 1, you have graduated together. We are not going to the rather difficult situation of a science 4 million, arts teacher 1 million. And that is giving us a lot of problem in education. I think we should address that one. Thank you very much, young lawyers, and God bless you all.
Thank you. When I was in Kira College Butiki in the 1960s, Joel here was our social president. And once a president, always a president. So let me ask him to say something first, because there's a question for Tony Tumukunde, who at the time was an aspirant for head prefect, also at Butiki. So let me allow my social president ask Tony a question first.
Briefly, really briefly.
Thank you so much. Mine is to do with finances and breaking out. It goes out to Mkunde. When do you think is the time to break that fear that I have the finances to go out? What should one envisage before going out in terms of cash? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ivan Okuda. I am an associate with Angorian Company Advocates. Thank you to the panel and the moderator for a good discussion. I like the framing of the topic, legal business, because really if you're in private practice, law is really a business. My question goes to Ndugu Tumukunde. What's been your experience like in terms of the challenges and how you prepared yourself to address those challenges? Maybe top 5 challenges starting out in a very competitive, cutthroat, competitive environment. Where one time Ms. Nyaloa told me legal practice in Kampala is a hyena's world. Could you share your experience in terms of what your fears were stepping out, because you're in one of the biggest law firms in town? You stepped out and started your own. And from your narrative, it appears it's raining. And you're doing well. Could you please share those challenges? Thank you.
Lastly.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Joshua Yamazima. I've been quite vivid and candid about the conversation of young lawyers. And seeing my comrade Tumukunde here gives me courage. Only that the disadvantage, he wasn't here yesterday. Yesterday, the conversation was for senior lawyers. And today, Tumukunde appears to preach among the saved. Yesterday was a conversation where they were telling us, you're a young lawyer, do not step out, work. I saw Godwin here. I had attempted an exhibition of senior lawyers. Not until a former president told us that when he started, his first salary was $200. And that came out as a notion of either you allow to be exploited or you walk out. The options are very simple. And now, even amongst our young lawyers, we have the ones that have adopted, and now they see themselves as part of the big class. When we have this kind of conversation, they find it vulgar. But if you screen, you know, we meet outside, Chadon or wherever, and young lawyers tell us, in big firms, I saw yesterday podium speakers giving their people 500, 350, but they were podium speakers. Unfortunately, we didn't get the microphone, but honestly speaking, I wish Tumukunde came earlier, and to the organizers, if we could have a face-off, a senior lawyer here and Tumukunde there would also be important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wechtiwa. Your protest is noted. Ladies and gentlemen, we're really fast spent on time. I will ask the panelists to answer the questions and also give parting shots. And I know some of the questions had already been responded to, so you'll just highlight some of those areas. Now, where do we start from? Because also I am told that the statement "ladies first" was actually ladies first wait, but by the time they said ladies first, the ladies could not wait. They just moved out. But I think we could start with Council Tumukunde, then I will turn to her worship, and then we'll conclude with Mr. Hauka.
Okay, thank you. I'll begin with Joshua, a colleague of mine. Joshua says that you were comforted by a senior lawyer yesterday that they used to earn 200,000. Yes, in the 2000s, that was a lot of money. We are saying after 23 years, a lawyer should not be gauged like a lawyer was gauged in 2000. And these are things that these people don't want to hear. These are things that we must tell our seniors, that you earned 200,000 in 2000, please multiply it times 10 times probably after 23 years. On Ivan Okuda's experience in terms of challenges in the legal practice, one, the biggest challenge is people think whoever comes out as a young lawyer to start has a lot on table to give in terms of finances. We don't actually have a lot. We just have a good heart. Me, I will be open to you. The people that I work with, Joel has visited me. Ivan, I beseech you to visit me. One of these days, the people will tell you, I just sacrifice. Lifting a young lawyer in the profession is sacrifice. Why? They are coming without any experience. Build them, but let that experience not be the payout for the young lawyer. Imagine my sister Brownie, who joined maybe an organization, now she's paid, and you expect them maybe to sit on the same table with me after 5 years. And that is what Senior Counsel Kauka has been telling us, that you look at yourselves and begin to gauge, and it creates infertile competition. So the first challenge is that we need to actually lift up the young lawyers and don't think that the young lawyers are a challenge. Most of the people think Joshua is a challenge, Ivan is a challenge, Joel, there are people that will think you're really a challenge because I know you drive a car not less than 15,000 USD. So people will see you, they don't know where you've passed. So as a young lawyer, I appreciate a lawyer that will do something. The other challenge is the finances. I will tell you, it is a challenge if you begin a law firm and you venture into private practice. That means every coin that comes up, probably you're sacrificing where you could have built a better house, and you're paying salaries and you're paying allowances. Then I'll go to the question of Joel. Joel asked about finances and when to break out. I think that goes to how much do you have? For me, I don't think you need to, this is me. Hope you don't tweet about it, but don't tell me that I need 10 years to begin. No. I've read stories of lawyers in this town in the 2000s that started at a desk, and right now they are somewhere. It all takes patience, consistency, persistence, integrity, efficiency, and efficacy. So for me, if you have all those virtues, even if you have 10 million shillings and you need to start, Senior Omar Atubo said, don't start alone. Start like 3 or 2. Yes, I started alone, but how do you know whether I sold my father's land? So don't compare yourself to me. Get your colleagues and start. I think that answers the questions.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, everyone. I think for myself, there were no more questions, so it's just some parting shots. My parting shot is believe in yourself. You're here for a reason, and you're not here by mistake. And you're doing great. You are better than where you were 5 years ago, 3 years ago. So good luck, and may the forces be with you, and believe in God, or whatever it is that you believe in. It's also acceptable.
Maybe, Jordan, my parting shot in one statement: you are a young lawyer because you were born after they were born. That's what you should believe. Otherwise, if you're born at the same time, you wouldn't be a young lawyer.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tony and Her Worship, for that. Mr. Hauka, your parting shots.
Okay, thank you. Fortunately, I was not asked a question, but I think just my final remarks. Yes, I have also to concede that we have gone through experiences. Surely the senior lawyers have treated us in a way that almost made us hate or regret why we even took that path. Because for me, I remember when I joined the law firm and I was earning 150,000, the lawyer would there was in the same law firm, he had his daughter there. So whenever I would go to handle a file, he would give me 20,000 for a journey of 10,000 to then 10,000 from. But when the daughter was going, the rule was that on each file you give 200,000 for a special hire. So I never had that privilege. For me, I was always in taxis and I used to go. So because I realized that I was dealing with a senior lawyer who was not ready to change, not even to improve my welfare, I had to do something extraordinary. That whenever I would go to those courts, I perform so well, present my case with the earnestness and vigor that other clients, some people in the court would even abandon their lawyers and follow me. So I could go back with some clients in the law firm, and those clients could insist that they want me to represent them in their cases. Of course, senior counsel wanted his daughter to be the one to handle, but they insisted that if you do not want to give Hauha the instructions, we shall change also our instructions. So those clients used to provide transport for me themselves. They said, we can agree to the legal fees, yes, for the law firm, but for Hauha, we shall be giving him transport. And I managed just through such performance. Now, of course, whatever we go through, we have to know that the overall interest for all of us is justice, administration of justice. So even when we go through such situations, never transfer your anger. I have seen young lawyers, I think because of this poor handling by the senior lawyers, when they are in court, they also transfer the anger. They think that this judge being also a senior maybe falls in the same class with us and therefore looks at them as inferior. So there is a way they also behave towards the judicial officers. In fact, one time a judge was sharing with me, she said that during their time, judgeship was a very respected position. But nowadays, how a young lawyer cross-examined her in a land matter, asking her, tell court why you are single up to now. Is it not that, oh, your two children have different fathers? She really, and a judge. So somehow, I don't know, maybe perceived that one as the also a contributor to their problems. But as we work, let us just perform well and demonstrate that aggressiveness in terms of our knowledge of the law, because I appear with some young lawyers. Now, when I raise an issue, one time the young lawyer said that, my lord, now state is taking advantage because he is senior. You see, you should not embarrass yourself. First of all, you're young. Already they perceive you as not highly knowledgeable. So don't also, again, confirm that indeed you're young. So it is better that your performance outshines the senior, and from that, the senior will have no reason to pay you the peanuts they pay you. Actually, if you move away, he's at the risk of losing the clients. So he may be forced to improve. But these experiences, we have gone through them. And these lawyers, I think they go to the same school that inducts them. Here, I am just helping you. This, whatever money you see is mine. If you want, you continue. If you don't want, you leave. So it's really, they don't see value in us, but that is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hauka. James, and indeed, we've been discussing legal business, starting out, and I hope you have listened to the different diverse experiences. One thing that comes out is that it's possible across the different disciplines that you may find yourself in. And I would like to ask the participants to kindly give our panelists a warm round of applause. Then I also think we need to thank the moderator. I think the moderator has done a tremendous job. So thank you, Jordan Tumweside. Jordan works currently as a program manager at Global Rights Alert. Thank you so much for such an engaging session. And I will quickly hand over to Mr. Edwin Echipa. Over to you.
Once again, thank you so much to our panelists and of course our moderator, Jordan Tumweside. Thank you so much for doing such a good job. Right now, we are a bit behind on time, so we're going to break for tea because I know people must be hungry and you need to stretch a bit. So we are going to break for a 15-minute tea break, and then we should be able to return here after 15 minutes so that we can kick off the next panel discussion by midday. So regardless of whether or not you've finished taking your tea, when the 15 minutes are done, you can carry your tea, and it can be a working tea. You can listen to the panel as we go forward with the program. So that's it. Let's have the tea break, and then we'll reconverge after 15 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back from your tea break. In the spirit of keeping time, we want to jump right into our next session. For our second session of the day, we're going to be discussing about thinking outside the box, broadening our minds beyond the legal sector. This panel is going to have 4 panelists. The first one is going to be Mr. Africano Bigura Ruhanga, who's representing Mr. Michael Kemugabi. Mr. Africano is the Housing Finance Bank Litigation and Recoveries Manager. Please come and take your seat. Mr. Africano, you're very welcome. The second panelist is Mr. Nasa Serunjoji, who is the President, Federation of Uganda Basketball Association, and a partner at Magna Advocates. You're very welcome. Our third panelist will be joining us online, Honorable Anna Adeke, who's the Sorority Woman MP. You're very welcome. She'll be joining us online. And then the last panelist is Mr. Edwin Echiba, who's a Senior Tax and Legal Associate, Tax Advisory Services and Compliance. Mr. Edwin, you're very welcome. Then join me in welcoming our moderator, Mr. Godwin Toku, who's a lawyer working with Angora Center for Research. Mr. Godwin is also an activist and a human rights advocate. You're very welcome.
Hello, everyone. As introduced, my name is Godwin Toko, and I have the pleasure of moderating the next session. In this session, we're basically looking at the legal profession outside the normal bar, bench, litigation, business. We're looking at it in the sense of people working with banks, people now going to the numerous, currently being exhibited NGOs and things like that. So the panel represents a wide spectrum of people who are advocates, lawyers, but who are not ordinarily engaged full-time as lawyers. They do some other jobs, either as part-time or even as full-time. And we are going to start with Anne Adeke. She's online and she requested that we start with her so that we can relieve her after some time. Anne, are you there with us now? We can't hear.
I'm right here. Thank you very much. I'm right here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
And this microphone, anyone working on that?
I just unmuted.
Okay. So, Anne, we are glad to have you, and you've been able to introduce as the Sorority Woman Member of Parliament. I'll put my first question to you. You are not in legal practice, despite being a lawyer. And our question today is about diversifying and thinking outside the box. Why should we have this conversation now? Why is it important that lawyers should begin looking outside the legal profession, thinking outside that box?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Godwin, and thank you very much to the Young Lawyers Committee and the Uganda Law Society for organizing. I bring you greetings from Vura in Arua. And I'm sorry I can't be there physically, but because of a few things and work and all that time, I'm away, I'm in Vura. So I think that this discussion is ripe at the moment because law is really the anchor to all public and private life, and most of private life, all public affairs and all private life. And so it's important for us to take into account the ever-evolving space around us and how we as lawyers can equally evolve in our minds, in our practice, so that we are relevant to this fast-changing world. So the conversation is ripe for a moment such as this because, yes, there is the traditional way of practicing, which is, of course, the most preferred mode of practicing your law. But then there is also a very fast changing world, technology, advancements in public affairs, all which require the guidance of law and therefore lawyers. So it's very important for young lawyers to start to think broadly and to be open-minded about it. Right from my time in school, I saw myself mostly as an academic. That's honestly where most of my passion lay, that I would eventually contribute to our body of knowledge through my academic work and research. That was my interest. Now I find myself in politics and doing a few other things, all which still require so much, legal knowledge. So I think it's important for us to diversify the way we think, and also increase our capacities, increase our knowledge about the quickly evolving and changing world, so that we are fit enough to adapt. Now it's law and something, it's law and construction, it's law and health, it's law and agriculture. The GMOs, legal regimes are fastly changing. Every single day there's a new legislation that is being brought to Parliament. Now, Honorable Fox Odoi is mooting to introduce a legislation to govern DNA testing. So there's so many novel things happening in our career that we can take advantage of. And I feel that it's very important for this discussion to be initiated by the young lawyers who are entering the legal field, so that as they do so, they are abreast with knowledge and they are abreast with the expectation that they must continue to increase their knowledge so that they can adapt to the fast changing world.
Okay, thank you for that response. But allow me to ask you, do you still have time? Can we move normally, or I have to first stick with you since you're going? Has that
yes,
changed?
I can stay here. The network is a bit stable, so I will stay with the panel throughout the discussion, only if the network ejects me, but I'm here. I'm here for the discussion.
Okay, that makes it better. Now I can move to other panelists as well. So I'll move to Mr. Africano. You work with the bank now. The bank's MD, whom you're representing, is a lawyer as well. He doesn't go to court ordinarily, but he's doing that. Do you feel like law school prepared you and the people you see working at the bank who are ordinary lawyers aptly for the roles they are playing in that field?
Thank you very much. The way the course is structured at the many law schools, I'm sure within the country, is that you cover a lot more than you might need for the normal traditional legal practice that we are accustomed to. So I would actually say that what we studied at university prepared us for what we are doing in the bank. In a bank, as a business head, since I'm representing the MD, as a lawyer, but at the same time, someone heading a business, a financial institution. Let's say you've covered business associations, tax, you've covered employment or labor law. All those aspects are also covered because a financial institution is also a corporate body like any other. We have human relations, we have operational issues, we have regulatory issues. So what you study at university becomes relevant in covering those various aspects. As an MD overseeing human resource functions, you need to be aware of what the law says about the people you're going to employ. How do you relate with the people? As a business head, you know you're dealing with regulatory issues, compliance issues, governance issues, because you represent the institution at the board. So the aspects that we cover at universities are definitely relevant, even when we are not in mainstream legal practice or the traditional legal practice that we are accustomed to. So the course remains very relevant for both the traditional practice and then for the corporate practice that like some of us are doing.
Okay, just to follow up to that, not many lawyers go that field. Majority, of course, go the back bench. I think the back bench traditional way. if you had to change one thing in the legal curriculum in Uganda, what would you add or remove to make more people think of going the way you went?
I think it's important that universities review the kind of courses they offer to the public or the content itself. In the 21st century, we are no longer dealing with banking, the brick and mortar kind of banking that we used to do in the 1990s. I remember in late 80s, early 90s, it was not possible to bank at a different branch than the branch where you had an account. So you would have to travel with money. If you're coming to Kampala, you withdraw it from your village. You have to travel with it to Kampala. But at the moment, you can bank anywhere you wish. So it means that the aspects that covered banking law and practice then may not be applicable now. So it's important for universities and all institutions that are offering legal education to review their courses and their content regularly so that they cover aspects that are coming in. For example, internet and mobile banking. Those are aspects that are relatively new that have to be looked at. So the content has to be able to cover that so that the graduate is now capable of being relevant within the job market. So it's important to always review the content, the courses that we are offering so that our graduates are relevant in the job market.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to Echiba. Mr. Echiba Edwin is a tax and legal consultant. Mr. Echiba, you represent this new breed of lawyers that are into the tax field, because all you know about them is that they are better off. Yeah, someone looked at how you're dressed, they'll get that impression without missing it. So when did you make this decision and say that I am moving this field of taxation? And was that something that came naturally? Was there someone that inspired you? Take us through that decision and how you made it.
All right, thank you very much, Godwin. What inspired me? I would say one, passion, yeah. And I think this goes to young lawyers. You always have to cultivate what you're very passionate about. I was very passionate about tax. And I'll borrow from when I got done with LDC, I'd done my internship at K&K Advocates. And when I was getting retained, my employer, the current Attorney General, yeah, the Honorable Chiroma Chiwanuka, in the interview, there's something he told me and it stuck with me till today. He told me, Echiba, I'm not going to hire you if all you know is what I know. Suddenly he knows it better. Yeah, 20 years in the game, he knows it better. So he told me, do you know anything that I don't know? I was very bold enough. I told him, yes, I do. I know tax and I'm very certain you don't know. So he got very shocked, like, who is this bold kid? But like, I was very intentional. So I'd been very, very passionate about tax from back in the days. From school, I did O-level, I did accounts and commerce, A-level economics. The numbers were always my thing. So the passion grew. When you go to law school, tax was an initiative to, yeah, captured very well. LDC, the same. Even after LDC, yeah, all the leading tax lawyers are from Oscar, Festus, Cephas. These are guys, yeah, I knew these are the guys that are in my path. I had to look out for them, get to them, confer with them, share one thing or two. Yeah. So at what point did I discover? I think it was from a very young age, even before campus. Yeah, I carried it on. So to the young lawyers, always get to know it can come at any time. Yeah, this whole notion of first regional practice for 5-10 years. Yes, I was very lucky enough to undertake. Yeah, I did about 4 years with K&K Advocates, but in that, yeah, I just knew it wasn't my thing. I had to cultivate my thing, and yeah, we had a very candid discussion with my partners. This is my space. I want to check it out. So I was very lucky enough to join audit firms. My very first one was EY, Ernst & Young. Yeah, so I got there, tax space, tax and legal, very conducive thing. Currently, I work with BDO. Yeah, BDO is an audit firm, just like the other big four, KPMG, PwC. So the lawyers in there, yeah, the lawyers in there love tax. So if you're very passionate about something, get to know your area, get very passionate, get to have an additional skill. Yeah, because what takes you there, the passion is one thing, but now the qualification is the other. Get to know what do I need to make out in this niche, undertake the same. Mentors, yeah, look up for the mentors. What are they doing? What space are they in? How did they make it there? Learn a thing or two. And yeah, it's a matter of time. It's no longer an if question, it's a when. Your time is coming, so prepare. Opportunity means prepared. So it was before even law school. I carried it on and it still is.
Okay, thank you. So what I get from you is that even through law school, you are looking for those particular subjects that led you to where you finally are anchored today. Okay, let's move to the Mr. Nasa Serenjoji, who is also the president of Uganda Basketball. Are there some basketball players here? Jimo, that's a lie. The thing with basketball is that I'll tell you something. I don't watch basketball. I don't even know how to play it. I am more into the football, like maybe 90% of the Ugandans. So there was a time we were home with a cousin who watches basketball, and he was watching, he tuned on a channel that was broadcasting basketball. Now our mom walks in and she looks confused. After some time, my mom is a very traditional woman. She said something, and I'll say it in Luo, the way she said, she's an alone. She said, basically meaning, I don't understand this game. Is this men playing net? Because for her, netball is a game for women. It's men playing football and ladies playing netball. So I find it very interesting that you're the president of Uganda Basketball Association in this country. Now, that particular sport and the sport sector in Uganda generally is not a big thing. We can't put it up there with so many other sectors. We can't put it, for instance, with parliament. Parliament is a bigger sector. So what keeps you in that sector and say that, let me be here, despite being one of the best lawyers who could spend much more time the other side and make more money, but then you invest your time and say, let me stick with basketball as well and balance the two.
Thank you, Godwin. I think for starters, it's about the passion, because as you correctly stated, it's not one of the big, sectors or industry in the country. Even when you compare it to other sports disciplines, with the exception of football, all other sports sectors are not way up there. But it's about the passion that you have for the game. And basically, I'm a sports person, and I got interested into sports when I was a young kid. And my dad was so much into football. He was a manager of one of the oldest football clubs around. So he used to take us to watch, these local football games at a very young age when we were still in primary school. So I developed that interest. By then it was so much into football, but along the way, when I grew up, somehow I got to like basketball a lot, and the interests got deeper when I went to a university where I did my master's from. In the US, it is one of the great, basketball universities known. So I used to watch these live games and all that and associate with the players, and I picked so much interest in the game. And when I came back here, I said, you know what, I think I have to get into administration of this game, because I had passion for it and I wanted to serve. And I thought that there are things that I could change through my leadership. Yes, it is not big, it is not paying, but you feel that in life, you want to make a change, you want to leave a legacy, and you want to be remembered for having done something besides, what we do in the legal profession.
Okay, thank you. I'll move back to Anne. Anne, are you there? Honorable?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, so Uganda's politics, as you know, lately is more of the populism, digging of graves. I'm not saying you do that. I'm saying you see that a lot. Digging of graves, paying school fees of post children, which is ordinarily not the role of a member of parliament. Let me first ask, how much of that are you forced to do, given that you're in that space? Do you ever find yourself forced to drink Ajon with the locals in Sorot? Because at some point in 2026, you'll need their vote.
Godin, what did you say? I only had the part of Ajono.
So my question is that Uganda's politics has gone very populist, that MPs dig graves, MPs pay school fees for people even when they're not supposed to, and many times they drink Ajon with the locals just to get rapport and eventually get their job. How many times do you find yourself doing that kind of stuff that you ordinarily shouldn't be doing, but because you expect that by so doing, you'll get the next vote, you're pushed into doing them?
Okay, well, Godwin, politicians have to be fluid, but lawyers have to also be more fluid. I've seen many lawyers who go and meet clients who are comfortable meeting at bars. and you have to learn to drink whiskey. I've seen that happen. I've seen lawyers that ordinarily wouldn't enter casinos, but because you've got a big client who likes to spend his time in a casino, you go to the casino. So I think it's the same thing, really. It's just about being fluid. And there's nothing really wrong with Ajono. People take Ajono in their families. Ivan Okuda is there. He's
Have we lost that? The sound? And we can't hear a thing. Just a second. Yes.
I'm saying that drinking, blending in with your your clients and the people who you want to appeal to, who you want to be comfortable with you, is an art that not only politicians have that, but also lawyers have, because you have to make them comfortable enough to share with you. You know that as a lawyer, you need as much information as possible from your clients. So in order to make them feel comfortable, you have to be fluid. It doesn't mean that you have to overly compromise the principles by which you stand, but also you have to be, open-minded enough and not very judgmental in a certain kind of lifestyle because you believe in a certain kind of way. That's what I think. It's helped me in politics, and I've seen it's helped so many lawyers in everything, in private practice, in the corporate world, in almost every field, that you try to be as fluid as possible so that you can blend in with the community, you can blend in with your clients, you can blend in with those who you really want to appeal to.
Okay, thank you for that. That sums it up really well. Now let's move back to Michael. Michael, you said you think schools are already preparing people for these workplaces. How prepared are the workplaces? How prepared is a bank? If a person walks, let's not say bank, I'm looking for something less. How prepared is a club? If I walked in the papers and said, I want to be a DJ, or this hotel, I walked in, I am a lawyer by training, and I say, I want to be a chef. Are they as prepared as the schools are already preparing this people to be?
Thank you very much. I believe the companies or corporations are no longer as traditional as they used to be. Corporations everywhere, be it banks, insurance companies, or just normal companies, there are specific requirements or regulatory issues they have to deal with on a daily. So they also open up, and the opportunities are actually there for persons with different abilities and different backgrounds to excel. I can tell you, for example, in banking, there are different departments or sectors where lawyers can actually have opportunities, not just the legal department. I know financial institutions that separate the legal department from the secretarial department or the governance department. In compliance departments, we need lawyers because you're dealing with regulatory issues, then operational risk. So every corporation out there has an aspect of risk mitigation that it has to deal with. And lawyers are best placed to handle risk management because of the various courses and the course units that we study at university. So you're able to advise on a wide range of issues, and that makes us fit in the different departments of the various organizations or institutions or corporate entities that we deal with. So the organizations are more than prepared or more than ready for lawyers to do the various roles. So it's no longer just the legal department, the litigation that we are used to, but there are so many other opportunities within the corporations that we can take advantage of, especially within the compliance segments, the internal controls of these corporations. And of course, it goes without saying that if you're passionate about a certain aspect, you might have to find a way of fitting within that organization and finding ways of how your training and how your background helps you to excel in that new role. So we don't have to restrict ourselves to what we are used to. We just have to be open-minded and see how we can excel in this diverse environment.
Okay, so let me first keep you and go back to Mr. Serenjoji, and then I get to you after. So Mr. Serenjoji, there's this new development in the world. You're looking at things like ChatGPT, you're looking at BARD, you're looking at Bing, these AI search engines and AI platforms that can write whatever you want, beat an essay. So with this kind of progress, people are spelling doom for so many jobs around the world. People are spelling doom. I've had to spell doom for humanity itself. So if you look at it with your foresight and experience over the years, 50 years from now, how is the Ugandan lawyer going to be in the face of super improved ChatGPT?
Thank you. I think as lawyers, we need to adapt with the situation. I mean, everything is evolving. Even the law itself is evolving. It is never static. So whatever inventions, whatever innovations are happening, as lawyers, we also have to adapt to the situation. And that is what, calls for thinking outside of the box. You have to adapt. You have to think, differently. You have to be a creative problem solver, because the way all these innovations are happening, the AIs and all that, it's about to make work easy, create, solutions. And that is what we also have to do as human beings in order for us to survive in that space. We need to be creative, we need to be innovative. So many things are happening, so many things are evolving and changing. So even as people, we need to adapt to the new changes for us to be able to survive. It's no longer, traditional the way we do things. And I'll give you an example. As lawyers, we need to become, business people. We need to have business solutions, because many times, clients will approach you and you need to have that business mind, at the back of your, trying to advise this client to get out of a certain problem using a business solution, not necessarily, litigation and all that. So for me, it is a question of adaptability.
Adaptability, that's more in the professional sense. Now let's look at it in the geographical sense. Do you think the current crop of Ugandan lawyers are being prepared for, say, like an African practice, that if things change tomorrow and you can walk to any African court and practice? Are we looking at those now, or that seems very far from where we stand right now?
I don't think we are going to get that from school, because the way our education system and curriculum is structured, it is not going to teach you that. But we need to take initiatives as individuals to make sure that, we try to think differently and broaden our minds to be able to survive. But you're not going to get that kind of training from school here.
Okay, and then if I leave you finally, let's look at balancing of these two tasks. The president of Uganda Basketball Federation, and then being an advocate. How do you balance them? When do you know that, okay, now I've played enough basketball, it's time to go and work, or now I've worked enough, it's time to maybe go and engage with the basket?
Godwin, I can tell you it's very tough. It's not easy. I'm the president of Federation of Uganda Basketball Associations, FUBA. Although I have a team that I work with, but as a president, the buck stops with you. So it's quite a lot of work. It's quite engaging. It eats up a lot into your time. But the trick is that if you have established a practice, that has systems and structures, you can afford to divide that time and, share some time with the sports fraternity. But for a case of a young lawyer who is just starting out, yes, you can involve yourself in sports, but not at a leadership level, because your practice is going to die. Believe you me, if you're just starting out, I wouldn't advise one to take that route. You need to reach a certain level where you have established yourself and you can afford to spare some time in the other field, but it is quite challenging, I might say.
Edwin, where is money in all this? So far, everyone has talked of passion, interest since they were young. When you say, going to court is not getting me what I want, but tax will make me wear a better suit, I must move to the other side and make more money. Because the most immediate needs of a human is survive. So where does tax money fall in?
Thank you, Godwin. And I think with tax practice, the money is very inevitable, because firstly, we're advising the money guys, yeah. there's no poor person who's going to hire a tax consultant. These are guys with money. Suddenly they're looking at how do I make more money or how can I save money? URA is on my case. How do I run it from URA smartly? So suddenly we're in an environment that has a lot of money. And of course, yeah, the money has to be a key motivator. If you're very passionate and the money isn't a consideration, it lags you behind. So where is the money in tax practice? I should say there is money actually. How? In our practice, our billing structure is slightly a little different because one, a client could hire you and I could bill basing on how much tax I'm going to save you. URA has come and slapped a 5 billion assessment on you. Yeah, I've objected, I've hassled URA, I've boxed everything, and it's slashed down to 500 million. I've saved you 4.5 liability. Suddenly, that's going to be my basis for for sending you my fee quote. I'll do 10% or anything. Various arrangements, yeah, because our space is a shared space. We have accountants in there, yeah. So you'll have an accountant who's a tax consultant, and they're not governed with they're not governed by your advocate's remuneration and blah blah blah. Yeah, theirs is boss. I'm going to fight the URA. What is my cut? What's my motivation? Yeah, so it's an open space for us, and suddenly because we're dealing with guys who know the value of money, yeah, he appreciates 5 billion was a liability. You've saved me 4.5. Definitely, yeah, if I'm going to give you 10% or something really, really handsome, yeah, it should be matching, yeah, the effort you're putting in. So for our young lawyers, if the law firms are not paying you, yeah, the 500, the 200 is really deplorable. Yeah, in the times we're living in, I don't think there's any of us who stays in a house and pays rent of 200K. So yeah, the times I had these ends, our space is an open one. It's one of those that we're very small practice. Literally, tax lawyers, we know ourselves. You know everyone who's in PwC, you know who's in Birinji Barata, you know who's in KA, you know who's in, so we know ourselves. And another thing is we have very many of the older guys. Yesterday you saw Akena, you saw Mr. Cephas, yeah. These are guys who have practiced for the last 20, 30 years. They're waving off. And if you look at our space, we're very few guys in there. So that's a green area, and it's a very lucrative one, I should say. So those interested in the money, I'm not guaranteeing you that it's there, but it's something that you should.
What you're going to say, those interested, see me after here.
No, it's something. Of course, it takes a while, but yeah, it's a space that has money, and yeah, the money becomes a win question. It's there. Grow the practice, place yourself strategically. The money will come.
Okay, back to Africano. Africano, I have not worked with a law firm since LDC flagship. I've been more into the NGO space. Recently, someone shared a legal opinion in a WhatsApp group, and I thought I should break it down as a lawyer. And I did. Then I went to sleep in the night. I woke up in the morning and there was this young lawyer, I think he's like in 3rd year now, law school. He had watered down everything I'd said, and he seemed right. So the fear here is that when you go so much astray from the traditional practice of the law, won't you even get to that point where you become like me and forget some of the very basic principles of law and get embarrassed in WhatsApp groups of Twitter? Do you ever have that fear as you work harder with the bank?
Thanks, Godwin. The fear is actually there. And if you stress so much, you might actually get lost. But it gets back to you as an individual. Are you interested in remaining relevant in whatever field or whatever space that you interact in? It has to go back to you as an individual. Even if you stray in that area where you are, there has to be relevant information that you as an individual must know. Be it banking, I may stray into banking, but there has to be information that I must know as a banker. What are the current needs of a customer? Is my company satisfying those needs? What can I suggest as an individual to retain this customer or to even get more referrals? So in every space that we are in, we have to ensure we remain relevant. So as an individual, even if you're in a non-traditional legal practice, you have to keep an eye. Personally, I keep an eye on the judgments that are coming out on a monthly basis. The lawyers that I supervise, I get reports from these law firms, and I also ensure they are not lying to me. Otherwise, you would not be relevant in the company. So it's an issue that as an individual, you have to ensure you remain relevant, whether it's in the space that you're playing in or keeping one eye or one leg.
Let me just get that part where you say you keep an eye on the decisions that are coming out from the courts. How do you do that? Do you like reach out for this issue, look for them. Do you have a time when you sit down and read them, or you just keep saying, looking for the legal alerts? Legal alert, legal alert. Is there a specific way you do this that you could share with?
Thanks to technology, I'm sure most of us are members of various WhatsApp groups. We are lucky enough to have Yuli. Even when I was still a student, I used it a lot. At the end of every month, I would go to Yuli to check at the various, from the various courts, which decisions came out this month. And it's something that I still do now, 10 years after I graduated from law school. So I keep an eye on the decisions that are coming out, and not just using the legal alerts that are coming from the different practitioners and the law firms, but even individually, I read these judgments that are coming out so that I remain aware of what is out there that might be relevant to what I'm doing. So it's important that we remain informed. Information is key.
Okay, information is key.
Yeah.
And are you still with us? Anne Adeke?
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so we have so many lawyers in parliament. I think that the speaker is the parliament, the deputy speaker is the parliament, very many, and in the past, from the days of Ayume, Kadaga, all these have been. But the legal profession still has its issues. It's not well funded. You've had the complaints that have been raised here. Since you're the politician among us, is it time that a lawyer thought really outside the box in the direction of Entebbe and saying, let's get the top thing ourselves and sort our profession for ourselves?
Well, I'm not sure that would guarantee that the legal profession would be sorted, especially the ones who draw from the consolidated fund. I think that is really about the willingness to create a more enabling environment for the dispensation of justice and all the actors in the area of justice and, constitutional matters and law and order. I think that speaks broadly to the body politic and what priorities that really are considered by whoever is calling the shots. Entebbe is a matter very close to my heart. I'm a political actor. I'm in the Forum for Democratic Change. Personally, it's a matter very, very dear to my heart, which I certainly wish that very soon and in my lifetime, which I believe I will see, there will be change. And should I personally be part of it? Yes, I have great appreciation about the JLO sector and the importance of funding it and creating a much more enabling environment for it. But it shouldn't be, a personal, it shouldn't be like personally motivated. It's something that we should generally appreciate as a society, so that whichever leader goes into those positions of authority, they appreciate the need to create a conducive environment for the judiciary, for all those that draw from the consolidated fund, from the AG chambers, the IGG, all of them, so that they are more efficient and can deliver justice to our people in a very short time. Thank you very much, Godwin. I beg to take my leave because I have to go for field work. As I told you, I'm in Arua. Thank you very much for being a part of this space. I wish I was there physically to interact with the young lawyers and the older lawyers who have taken off time to be part of this discussion. But thank you very much, the Uganda Law Society, for inviting me, and I wish you very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
And if you could just give me 1 minute, I want to see if there's any question for you from the audience, just that. So anyone has a question for Anne before we let her go? Yes, there's one here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Alan Sasire. My question to Anna is a discussion we have always had. Do you really think it is the time for many lawyers to take up positions at the political space, not only at the floor of parliament, but at all the local level politics? Do you think it is time for us to have lawyers as councillors at the district level or even at the sub-counties, because I look at the debates, the quality of the debates at the floor of parliament, and then the way decisions are made. Do you think lawyers are doing better? Are you doing anything better at the floor of parliament as lawyers, or even in the committees? Do you think if we had more lawyers in the parliament, we would probably have better laws, a better understanding of issues? Thank you very much.
Okay, that's it, right? No other, right? Okay, and please respond to that, and then we'll have no obligation but to release you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I would certainly encourage lawyers, young lawyers, to be involved in, you know, governance and decision making, because it's so critical.
And are you there? Okay, looks like the network is failing us, and I think we can let her go. She has done. Can we give her a round of applause?
I'm back. Okay. I'm back. Can I start? Let me just finish that.
Finish. She's a politician.
Okay. So I was just saying that it's critical for us as lawyers. We have great understanding about public affairs, and it would be a great contribution, our great contribution to society, to be involved in all, you know, in every decision-making process, in governance processes, to influence. After all, that's really why we exist, so that we can influence and change society. So it would do us a lot of good to have more lawyers. Although having a lawyer who is empty and not dressed with the best ambitions, with you know, the best intentions, also does negative for us, because we've seen very unjust laws also introduced by lawyers and enforced by lawyers. So it doesn't make us unique, but we need to stand for the right things. That's what would make us stand out as lawyers in these spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. Can we give her a round of applause? Soroti Woman MP. Anyone here from Soroti?
Also FDC Deputy President.
FDC Deputy President as well. And she's still a young lawyer, mind you. So anyone from Soroti, please, you know who to vote for. Not campaigning. I think she has done it. Thank you, Anne. See you soon. So we get back now fully to the audience, to the panel that is here, the physical panel. I'll go back to Mr. Serunjoji. You talked of going to the US. I often find that people who have some time or some bit of education outside Uganda tend to have more of this idea of thinking outside the box. Yeah, they're also richer, but they generally are not the ones that are tied down. How much of what you are, apart from just basket, do you think was influenced by that experience?
I must say that the culture out there is different from what we have here. That's a matter of fact. When you go to such countries, you get what they call a culture shock, because I'll give you an experience. My first day in class, I went with my books, ready to take notes, because that's how we are taught here anyway. And everyone had a laptop. I was like, wait a minute. So the professor was lecturing, and people are busy typing on their laptops, and for me, I pulled out my pen and book to start writing. So that alone is a shock. Like, you didn't expect this to happen, but the life out there is so fast. Even the way the people walk on streets, it's amazing. Because they don't have time to waste. You get into the workspace, and people get into the office, because I had an opportunity of briefly working with a certain law firm there for 1.5 years. People come into the office, and all they do, prepare their own coffee and get a cup of coffee, go, on their desk and start work. But the culture here, people would get into office and they want to spend 1 or 2 hours having breakfast. They are going to work for another 1 hour or 2, and then they go for lunch. They want to spend 2 hours on lunch. And the work ethic, to be honest, is terrible. It's terrible. And that is something that has to change, because for them, it is, if it is work time, it is work time. And they'll make sure that they utilize the time that they're supposed to be working. And if it is time to get out of office, they'll, get out of office. But you find people here, they will leave office at 6 or maybe 7, but, productivity is actually low. But, because they don't utilize the time. And when you get to that time, when you get past 4, even your brains are, a bit tired, you're not productive. So there is a lot that, when you go there, that kind of exposure, the work ethic, the way people live and all that, it helps you to, have a change and work differently. So those are some of the things that I can point out.
Okay, thank you. And welcome back from the culture shock. I guess when you came back to Uganda, it also took you some time to get used to our other way of doing.
Definitely.
Okay, so the audience is going to come in next. I'm going to pick questions from the physical and the audience that's online. But I'll just have one question each of you now before we get to that part. So there's something called branding. People talk about branding so much lately that you need to create a brand. Yeah, someone was saying you need to create a social media brand. We can talk about that later. How does this branding fit in with this idea of thinking outside the box? How do I create a brand as a social media influencer, and yet I was trained as a lawyer? I'll go with the African first.
Branding has something to do with being self-aware and identifying yourself or separating yourself from the general public. We are all lawyers, we are all trained lawyers. But what do I have as an individual that gives me an edge or an advantage against my colleague? So that's branding. What do I do best that separates me from the rest of the lawyers out there? Now, branding can be influenced by so many things: the family background, the education background, the interactions with the employers that we are having, or the people that employ us. So it can be influenced by so many things, but as a person, you have to take initiative to distinguish yourself from the rest of the practitioners or the rest of the colleagues that you're working with. So branding has an aspect of being different, doing things differently, choosing something and being good at it. Because like my colleague here said, if you asked, what do you know that I don't? Or what do you do best that I can't? You have to be able to have that aspect of yourself that is better than the person next to you. So fitting into thinking outside the box, every person now almost has a side hustle, and lawyers are no different. What are you doing different or besides the legal practice that you're doing? If you stuck to that, are you going to survive? Or you need to adapt like we've been doing, like we've been talking about here. You need to continuously improve yourself. That's part of branding. Remaining ahead of competition, I believe, is part of branding. So you have to have that within you to improve yourself always and remain ahead of competition.
Wow, thanks. Edwin, let me not give you the same question. Let's shift a little. The laws that govern legal practice in this country, some of them are really old, right? And now we have all these things coming up. Someone like you, who I don't think in 1962, they thought that lawyers would be that much into taxation as you are now today. That's why you said earlier that the profession, the branch has mainly young lawyers. Do you feel like the laws, the policies in place aptly cover you, or there is much more that needs to be done to improve them?
Thank you, Godwin. I'm going to answer that, but I think just before I answer, allow me just pick up a little on his question. Branding is very key for certainly with the lawyers. We're not in that contemporary practice of where the legal practice lawyers and judges were these. You have to keep a very seldom character. You're away from the public. But now these days, you have to be seen. Yeah. A very practical example is how many today LDC guys are graduating. How many law schools out there? Thousands and thousands. So everyone has a postgraduate degree. Everyone has a law degree. Yeah, you can't be the same. So what can you do? How do you brand yourself differently? I'll speak from my space. One is qualification. Yeah. If you're interested in sports law, if you're interested in tax, yeah, an additional qualification, yeah, builds your brand. Yeah. Your brand can't be you're a lawyer first before you brand yourself. So the best way to brand yourself is, yeah, have your competencies, qualification, workspaces. If you're lucky enough to work in an area that is, yeah, in line with your niche, do the same. Then the other key thing that we can't run away from is social media. Yeah. Very many of us have social medias up and running, Twitter, LinkedIn, but someone will tell you my life on social media is different from my professional life. Guys, you can't detach it. Suddenly, your Twitter handle is pegged to your name. Yeah. So if someone knows your Twitter handle, you're retweeting all the time, Palazzo, Alien Skin, and that's a brand you're carrying. Yeah. But if you're intentional about your practice, yeah, I'm interested in sports law, I'm interested in tax. Yeah. I share a tax decision. I share possibly a paper by a colleague I admire. Yeah. It builds your brand. Suddenly people get to know, yeah, who is Godwin. Yeah, Godwin is Godwin, but also Godwin is his social media presence. So LinkedIn is a very good professional one. So build your social space. Then to the later question, the laws and the times we live in, I'll still start from our space. I think tax is the most dynamic area of practice. Yeah, our laws are amended literally every year. There's an amendment. In some years, even have amendment number 1, amendment number 2. So it's a very dynamic area of practice, but it feeds to what does it make of you as a tax lawyer? You have to be very, very top on. You have to be on top of your game. You need to know what are the latest laws, what are the amendments. It's an area where precedents don't really work. I could call my good friend Onesimus from Bureau Gibraltar. Help me with the case you handled last year. There's an amendment. His case is not very helpful. So it gets you on top of your game. You need to stay awake. You need to read. You need to consult. You need to keep an ear to the ground. Keep an ear to the parliament. Yeah, what's coming up? So back to our laws. The other thing is our laws feed into the society we live in, and our society shapes the laws. From an economic perspective, if you've seen the big economies like Nigeria, South Africa, if you even come closer to home, East Africa. If you look at Kenya, yeah, Kenya is a much more big economy, and the practice, the nature of the laws in Kenya, very different from Uganda. So the economics, the society, yeah, the politics shape the kind of laws we have. Yeah, so if you're not interested in politics, if you're interested in finance, economics, it touches to you because the laws that are going to be made feed into that. So we need to keep an ear to also, yeah, what's happening in society. Yeah, from economics perspective. Recently, the budget speech was read out. I don't know how many of us care to listen, but certainly, yeah, the budget speech borders into very many of our laws, the Finance Act and what. So we need to stay adhere to the ground, but also our frameworks of law are listening. They're not alien to what's happening. Yeah, they have very competent staff. If you look at the Ministry of Finance, the Parliament, the Aegis Chambers, very competent guys are in there, and they're also alive. So it's something that is evolving, yeah, but also the key things that push our laws, that the laws in society, and we can't detach ourselves from that. We need to keep on the look for such things because they dictate the nature of the laws we have. Look at the big economies. Uganda is smaller than Kenya, but yeah, Uganda is moving to Kenya's direction. Uganda is moving to Nigeria's direction. We have oil, yeah, we're getting bigger, but how big are you going to get? Look at what your contemporaries are doing. So certainly, yeah, the laws feed the society, so we need to be on the look what's up in society.
Okay, can you give a round of applause to the panelists for now? So we are going to pick questions. The worst panels to moderate are the ones that come just before lunch, like this one, and then the ones immediately after lunch. For two distinct reasons: that this one people are looking forward to lunch, the other one, the lunch is taking a toll on them. So let's take the questions in the interest of time, so that we are ready for lunch when the time comes. Any questions here? Or online? Any question? Okay, I'll read the first one from online, and I'll send this to the senior Sorin. First one says, our practice either as advocates or corporate lawyers largely embraces business management concepts. Does any of the panelists think that law school and bar course should incorporate business management and leadership courses? We'll start with that one.
I think it should. Most especially, I think at the level of the Law Development Center, we need to have a course, that embraces business management, business, finance, investment. Because if you want to be a commercial lawyer or a corporate and commercial lawyer, there are certain aspects that you need to know in that space. I'll give you an example. Today, you hear about mergers and acquisitions, venture capital, private equity, but they don't study most of that stuff in law school. I believe that for us to venture into that kind of space, at least people need some background knowledge in school to understand that, okay, there is also this field that I can pursue or venture into. As I said in the beginning, that as lawyers, we need to have business solutions, to some of these clients. People are borrowing money from commercial, private, commercial banks here, which is at a very high interest rates. But you ask yourself, how many lawyers? There are very few law firms, by the way, in the private sector that have engaged in this space of venture capital and private equity. And if you're a lawyer in that space and you have a client who is borrowing money from a private commercial bank, high interest rates, and they're suffering to pay back these loans and all that, as a lawyer, maybe you can advise and you're like, hey, look here, there's also this, kind of facility that we can get, from these entities. And that way you're offering a business solution. But if you have no background of that, then it's going to become, very difficult for you. So I think our education and curriculum should involve, some of those business, finance, and investment aspects.
Okay. Yes, there's a question right. Someone help me move the microphone. Accept the yellow microphone, so just take that one to him. In the interest of peace.
Yes, thank you, Edwin. My question is to my friend Edwin Ichiba, who happens to be in the same area of practice as I am. So the question is, tax practice in so many ways is like a cartel. By a cartel, I mean the big tax disputes come to big audit firms.
Said cartel.
Cartel.
Like a Mexican drug cartel.
Exactly. It's like a cartel, tax practice. Because the big tax disputes go to the big tax audit firms, the BDOs and the like. And those are the same big audit firms that refer and give business to the big law firms, the Birunji Brad and Associates and the like. So it's very rare to find, in quotes, a small law firm handling a tax dispute. Yes. So my question is, for a young lawyer out there who is not in a big law firm or in a big audit firm, is passionate about tax. Already there are so many barriers to entry. Where does it start from? What is the starting point? Why do I get access? Because clearly, between me and you, we know it's difficult. So I'd love you to share your thoughts on how and where they can start from.
Okay. Can we take the questions and then respond at once? I think that will save us some time. Yes. The ladies are not asking. And that's not nice.
Mine will go to Africano. Africano was my supervisor when I was the chief intern at Equity. It is related to my colleague's question, but I want you to demystify the myth. We had a small argument out there. I want you to demystify the myth that small or starting law firms cannot acquire business in the banking sector. Because to me, it's a myth, because I believe if you're compliant and all that, business will come. I think you get the question. Thank you.
Okay. You got the question? Any other?
Someone maybe for more light and some practical requirements to get a business. Thank you.
Yep. Someone representing the back. The ladies still have no representative. The back has got one already. The back has two. And we still need one, at least a lady to represent the ladies as well.
Thank you so much. Mine will go to Edwin.
Edwin.
Echiba.
Yes.
Who I refer to as Dr. Chile, for having started a practice so early. He saved me my first taxation conundrum, having ably deducted for me what I was supposed to get after salary is paid, and I turned down that job because he did the right mathematics for me. Thank you so much. My question to you is that, looking at the issues affecting the young lawyers as regards low wages and the issues affecting the firms in terms of tax compliance, how do we address this issue? Is it a question of egg, chick, who comes first? What do you advise as an expert in that field? Thank you.
Okay, just behind you there was a hand, directly behind you. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Ahmed Mayanja. I'm a senior lawyer. I wanted to know from one of the speakers, Mr. Hauha, how does he tell when a car smells money?
I'm afraid I had something, but it's about smelling money.
Yes.
Please just up your
how does he tell when a car smells money?
A car.
A vehicle.
Vehicle. Okay. How do you tell when you said to who?
Hauha.
Okay, there's a lady. Can we clap for her? Even before she asks, we shall withdraw the clap if the question is not one. Let's have the lady right here in blue.
My question goes to Mr. Nasas Joji in regards to being the president of the Federation of Uganda Basketball Associations. How has being in that position enlightened or helped with your legal career? Has that helped in networking? Could you highlight more on how that helps the legal career? Because a lot of people have a myth that if I'm a lawyer, my space should only be legal practice. So could you expound on that?
Wow, that's a good, brilliant question. Our claps are not wasted, as you can see. Let me take one last question. And if there's a lady, I'll even give you a sweep. There's a lady who can ask that last question. I'm not just giving you the chance, but it comes with a sweep. The online guys, it seems have gone for lunch already. There's no more question coming from that side. Anyway, anyone else with the question, lady or not? There's a question online? Not the one we asked. Because there's one we had asked earlier. A different one, eh? Oh, okay. Let's have you, and then we can. There's a final one who can ask. Get it. Just let me give him the microphone. The gentleman over there.
Mine is to Edwin. Why?
Edwin is so popular. Eh? Edwin,
no, something is intriguing. Why BDO over KAA? What caused the shift?
Okay. This is a very interesting one. Goes to the senior Serun Joji. What? Someone is wondering, and they have kept their name anonymous. What motivated you to come from the US? Start staying in the US, not studying in the US, in the diaspora to come back. And that's actually a very relevant question. Like you went to the US, got a master's, then you said, having learned all these good things, then you go back to Uganda. That's basically what the person is asking. What brought you back to our suffering? Okay, we'll do with those questions. There's another lady. That's the one who will get the speed.
That sweet is okay, but thank you so much. And now that we're thinking outside the box,
sure.
I would like to ask something about cross-border legal practice, yes, and how we can be helped in terms of tapping into that space.
Oh, thank you. So let's start with Africano. You had, I think, at least one question. Yeah, you respond to that, then we move and we finish with Mr. Seronjoji.
Thank you very much, Philip, for your question. I think you're asking if small or starting law firms can get work in banks, and if so, the practical requirements. Like you called it, it's actually a myth that small or starting law firms cannot get work from banks. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier, branding. What value are you bringing on table? Because if all the law firms in the country can do recovery, can represent me in court, what else can you do? Because I already have that on table. So when you come on board, you need to come with something unique that I don't have already. And all the law firms that have approached the bank in the recent past for empanelment, that's the first question I ask them. What did you do different from all the law firms that I already have? It cannot just stop at, I will do recoveries for you, I'll register resolutions and do corporate due diligence for you at URSB. Right now, they are moving away from the traditional one of physical searches. We are supposed to be doing them online. So you have to tell me why I should retain you as a law firm to even do that for me, because I can open an account and do the searches myself. So what are you bringing on table that is different and benefits both yourself and the bank? For example, at Housing Finance, we have a very nice mix of both big and the so-called small law firms, the starting law firms. But all of them have a unique aspect that they bring on table. So you have to ensure that you have something unique that identifies or puts you at an advantage compared to the other law firms. And then it's just a question of when, like my colleague was saying, you'll always get the work. To the practical requirements that you might need, proper licensing is key. Established corporate entities do not work with briefcase law firms, unfortunately. So you have to be properly licensed. The firm has to be physically there. You have to have a physical address. You have to have enough manpower to handle the work. We know law firms that established as law firms on the headed paper, they have so many partners and legal officers, but when you physically visit, it's actually a one-man show. So you have to have enough manpower to actually do the work once you're given a chance. Tax compliance. You know, like I said earlier, some of the entities, banking is a heavily regulated sector. So we cannot be seen to work with someone who is not tax compliant or who does not comply with most of the legal aspects or regulatory requirements. So tax compliance is key. And I know, unfortunately, some of the starting law firms may not be up to speed with this, such requirements and regulatory issues, but it's unfortunately something that you have to deal with. Capacity to have insurance, you need to have that fallback, because as you work, there are issues that might come up, professional negligence, delays here and there in filing cases maybe, or losing a case here and there, or losing a title if you're doing security perfection. So you need to have a fallback. So is the firm able to have insurance cover from a reputable institution? Those are some of the few practical requirements. So it's not true that law firms, small law firms or startups cannot get work. For as long as you have something unique that banks are looking out for, we will always give you work. Issues to do with fraud. At the moment, it's the biggest thing that banks are suffering with. So if you've established yourself as a fraud expert, maybe in identifying the risks and how to mitigate them properly, present your value proposition, every banker will be happy to take you on. I think, allow me to also look at the last question, which was on cross-border legal practice.
Yes.
It would, of course, start with having the capacity. You know, we are talking about the difference between our laws and the laws in Kenya. Even when you have the East African community and you have the free movement of goods and services, the countries have remained a bit conservative, especially when it comes to our profession, in allowing their lawyers to cross and do practice here. And I think even us in Uganda, we haven't allowed them open-handedly for them to come here. So it starts with us being able to understand the opportunities in those markets and how we can take advantage of those opportunities. I was recently in doing some visit with one of the law firms in Kampala here. And I was shocked when a partner in that law firm told me that they were going on a 3-week benchmarking session in Nigeria to understand how the legal business is conducted the other side. What are they doing different that makes them so big and profitable that we can't do here? So besides the clear aspects, the differences in the laws that we have here and there, you also need to be able or willing to go the extra mile to do the different things that those markets will be requiring. If it means going to the East African Court of Justice to challenge why the countries are not opening up fully, maybe that's something we need to do.
Style, eh?
Absolutely. Maybe that's something we need to try, but let's first build capacity first, be sure that we can actually go to Kenya and represent this client properly without attracting professional negligence claims of ourselves. Then once we have that capacity, then we can start fighting, or through the law societies, we can start asking or demanding for more. I think so that's what we can do.
Thank you very much, Africano. Let's move to Edwin.
All right, thank you, Godwin. I took note of 3 questions and I'll answer them in very order. The very first was from my good friend Onesimus Mwesiga. The cartel in tax practice, yeah, the big audit firms are in bed with the big law firms, yeah, and where does it live? Yeah, someone who's starting out. Sadly, it's inevitable, yeah, because the big audit firms or the big law firms are comprised of the senior lawyers, yeah, the guys who are in this practice before us, yeah. They started it out, they grew it, and they're now in the formative ages. But it's a matter of time. They're leaving. It's our time, and that feeds to your next to the other component of your question. How does a young lawyer set out themselves in the tax practice? I'll use my own example. It's a very clear process. One, just to say the branding fits to the qualification. Tax is one of those areas you'll need, yeah, the qualification, yeah, either Poditra, CTA, SCCA, something additional, yeah, outside the tax course you need to do at LDC. It's bigger than that. So you need preferably a qualification in that space. Then 2, be on the look. I'll use, I love soccer, so I'll use soccer. You know the transfer market? The transfer market in tax practice is so serious, yeah? Guys are shopping themselves left, right, and center. The audit firms are picking guys from law firms. Law firms are picking guys from audit firms.
A Fabrizio somewhere as well who announces.
Oh yeah, we have very many Fabrizios. So what does that indicate? There's very high demand. Yeah, I don't know of any friend of mine, yeah, who did tax, yeah, who is not placed somewhere, either a tax firm or an audit firm. I don't know. I have friends in all audit firms, in all the tax leading law firms. At least in every month, I get a call or 2. Yeah, can you recommend someone? EY, we're looking for someone in that legal department. Deloitte, we're looking for someone. Do you know anyone? Let me look around. Let me recommend 1 or 2. So the demand is overwhelming. Yeah, very many clientele. If you look at the big clientele, everyone is shaping the tax practice, the tax competence. The lawyers advise these big multinationals. Tax competence is very key. So the demand is there. Yeah, there's overwhelming demand, and for anyone wanting to venture into this space, do the basics. Yeah, have an additional tax qualification. Look out for these mentors. Get to know someone, 1 or 2. Very many of us who are in this, who I knew in this space, were very open to help. Yeah, very many of my younger colleagues have reached out. I'm very open to help. My good friend is, I'm forgetting her name, Winnie. Winnie's right there in the URA. She's always very eager to help. If you have a case, anything you need, consultants, guidance, they're very eager. Because yeah, very many of us have learned and have been mentored by the current seniors. Yeah, the Bruce, those of Bruce, Oscar, Festus. These are guys of care to mentor. So we're equally getting to our colleagues. So get an additional tax qualification. Be on the look. Yeah, I'll give an example. When I joined Ernst & Young, it was a very funny thing. My good colleague Emma, by then, was in KPMG. Ernst & Young issued out a tax advert for a senior tax legal advisor. The qualifications were basic: law degree, LDC, and additional tax qualification. I had all those, but I was like, well, who do I know in there who's going to recommend me? I took the leap of faith. Yeah, I applied. I didn't know anyone. I went there. My only prayer was make it through the get shortlisted. When it comes to the interview stage, I'll battle whether I was there. I'll convince whoever was there. So I applied. I didn't know anyone. I went in there. I got in there. A couple of my other colleagues joined me there as well. We didn't know anyone. Yeah. So, and the beauty is these guys are recruiting every year. Yeah. Audit firms do graduate recruitment every year. The turnover is so high. Same thing with law firms. Yeah. Law firms are poaching guys from audit firms. We get offers, very overwhelming offers because of the demand. These are guys who have been in general practice. Now I have a client, a very big client. I can't afford to lose a client, but the client needs tax advice. I don't have the competence. How much does it pay to come? So the demand is there. Prepare, get mentored, follow the steps. Just like we said, it's always a when question. It will come in. The second question from my good friend as well, Joel Chidendere, he talks about the pay, the remuneration. What should you consider? If it's a big pay, should I get excited? Someone is offering me 5 million to come and work. Yes, the 5 million could be deceptive. Yeah, so you need to care just a few basics. Yeah, aspects like payee, aspects like NSSF. This will be chopped. So don't look at a very nice figure on your employment contract. You get excited. Oh, I'm going to be earning 5M. Who knows a broker in Bugolobi? I need a house in Bugolobi because you're very excited. No, get to know the few tax obligations that will be vested on that. Yeah, but for a deeper discussion on that, I'm very open and I'll be available to discuss with any of our colleagues who's in there. But yeah, don't just look at the handsome figure on the employment contract. Key things that relate to that. Then my good friend, I don't know why he's putting me to the wall. I asked a very personal question: why BDO over K&K? Just like I noted, mine was very, mine was passion. I'm extremely passionate about tax. So it was something that kept in my space. Well, I'm very passionate about litigation as well, and at least I've been in the courts of thought. And everyone was like, no, why leaving a big law firm? I remember there's even a senior colleague who asked me, are you okay? Are you mad? I was like, well, no, I'm leaving because I'm following my passion. Yeah. And so it was passion. Yeah. BDO is an audit firm. Ernst & Young's audit firm, PwC's an audit firm. These are guys who breathe and live tax every day. They have accountants. They have guys who've been in this, guys who've been in URA. These are guys who do tax day to day. So I wanted a space that does what I love. Yeah, on a daily. Besides, as coming from a tax legal point of view, I knew the tax laws very well. I had a podiatry, I'd gone to tax school, got a qualification. But now tax is a fusion of the tax practice, the tax laws and accounting as well. Tax is very inevitable. You can't say you love tax and you hate the numbers. No, the numbers are very much of the tax. So it was passion that drove me. Yeah, but of course, other considerations, the pay certainly is a big one. At least there is no, what I can speak without fear, but there is no law firm that pays. I'll give an example. A graduate trainee in an audit firm is someone who joins an audit firm straight after campus. They go to MOOBs and what? Yeah, they get those guys. No qualification experience. But if I told you what a graduate trainee in PwC, KPMG, EY earns, yeah, that's what a senior associate earns in a top law firm. Yeah. These are kids who are earning 3M. A kid who's straight from Macquarie University, straight from MOOBs. Yeah, BBA. That's the only qualification they have. No
shock. How about we got a shock and it's now low, but you can finish.
All right. Yeah. But so the point is, it's very lucrative over here. But now, yeah, you can't just say, oh, there's a lot of money. Let me get in. There's a lot that you need to do to get in there. So position yourself rightly. Look at the people who are there. What are they doing together? And yeah, you'll get there. So that doesn't mean, definitely like K&K is also a very good employer. I enjoyed my time in there. Yeah, learned and very, very big cases we handled. So it was a very good experience there, but it was just passion that drove me. So we had a very candid discussion. Is it the money? Is it the what? The offers were crazy, but no, I decided the money is good, but let me follow passion. The money will come. So the passion should be your driver. There's no one who's going to do tax. There's no tax consultant who is not passionate about tax. There's no one. If you're not passionate, you'll get kicked out. I'll give an example. In tax school, we started out when I think over close to 60. On graduation, we were about 30. Very many dropped people who couldn't do the exams. Yeah. So they got in there because I was free. I'm done in law school. My employer is willing to pay. So they got in there. Very many. It's a wave. It's a tax. Everyone is doing tax. Can I also go? Don't be deceived. Yeah, it's not a bed of roses. Yeah, there's a lot that you need to put in. So cultivate, get to know your niche, get to know your future practice. Yeah, build it. It's a matter of time.
It really hit home when you said, don't just get there for the money, because I basically went to law school after figuring out which course didn't have mathematics. So when I went to LDC and there was tax, it was another tag of war. Let's now listen to you're done, right? Oh, sure. Let's listen to Mr. Serunjoji, who also had his own questions, the final questions.
Yeah, thank you, Godwin. I think I had I had about 2 questions, but I'll start with the last one. Why
you left the US
yes,
and joined us in the portal seat?
At the end of the day, it's about having a better life. I mean, we go to school to, have a better life, improve ourselves, and all that. But while I was there, I had a couple of friends who had been there before, and they had spent there quite a number of years, and they were working with law firms still in the legal space. And they could tell you that by then, at the end of the year, they would earn about 200,000, 250 at the end of the year. But when you ask them out of that, how much do you save? And it's basically nothing. The Americans have a system that we call a rat race. Like you earn more and you spend more. So at the end of the year, you find yourself that you're not spending money. You see you're earning a lot, but you're not saving anything because the standard of living is high. When you're a lawyer, you want to drive a nice car, you want to live in a nice apartment and all that, bills after bills. So I looked at myself and I was like, you know what? I think it's best for me to go back home, and I never regretted that decision. On the issue of, there was a question of how has, basketball improved, being the president, how has it improved on my, legal practice and career? It is all about positioning yourself. These things are intentional, they are not accidental. It's about positioning yourself. Where I am, it's someone was asking again a question that, do you get any money out of that? And, you're not in there to get direct money, but indirectly you get the money. How? Sports is a very unifying factor where you're going to find all, people of different calibers, politicians, business people, CEOs, and, everyone. So while interacting, because in my career as a basketball leader, I have managed to meet people from different walks of life, and in the end, some of them bring business to you because they know you are a lawyer and they know that you're capable of doing what you're doing. So it is about positioning, because you're socializing with different people. I mean, we meet CEOs and I want to tag this to the 2 questions that the colleagues asked here, that, these big audit firms, they go to the big law firms. How can smaller firms get businesses, from these banks? You're going to find yourself that you're in a sports arena and you're meeting a CEO of a certain bank, because we meet them, we go there and we are looking for sponsorships, for our basketball programs, and you're talking to these CEOs. But after that, of course, you're going to pitch in that, hey, look here, I'm a lawyer, I have a law firm, I run a law firm, and I need legal business. So that's how we benefit indirectly. So you end up, getting business from these banks, from, whatever companies that you meet and, socialize with. So at the end of the day, it's about how you position yourself. So I would urge, the young lawyers here to, to get involved in, some of these things. You're not going to sit in your chambers or wherever you're working and think that the clients are going to find you there. No, there are so many law firms around. For the time that I have practiced law, I have never, received a walk-in client who was passing by and said, oh, there's a law firm here, let me enter, and, so you have to position yourself, socialize, get involved in, things like Rotary, sports, politics, whatever. Indirectly, you're going to benefit out of it and grow your career.
Okay, another round of applause. Okay. So, thank you very much, Mr. Africano Edwin and Mr. Serunjoji, and earlier we had Adeke for the discussion. I'll now request you to take back your seats. Can you clap for them as they walk? Feels nice. When you're walking and people are clapping. Okay, now I'll hand back to the house, but let's make sure you clap as I walk back to my seat.
Thank you so much to our panelists and our moderator, Godwin, for a very, very insightful discussion. So right now we are a bit out of time, so we're going to break for lunch. Lunch will go up to 2 p.m. Let's all reconverge at 2 p.m. exactly for the next session. Thank you so much. Also, been informed that coupons are at the back. So as you exit, make sure you pick a coupon.
Hectares. Per year, and that is really alarming.
Finale has got a total area of about 10,504. It is within Kiambu County, also within the Abadeas. Where we are now is the Kijabe block, which is the drier part of Finale station. This area we are at used to be composed of many species, indigenous species. We have got an intention of rehabilitating it, if possible, the way it used to be there before.
East African Wildlife Society has a forest restoration program, which targets to restore at least 600 hectares of degraded forest within Kenya by 2030. And that is coinciding with the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration. In this particular program, we work with government, specifically Kenya Forest Service, and various corporate organizations to be able to restore this degraded forest. One of the corporates we're working with is BDO, East Africa, and we have adopted a section of this particular forest with BDO to be able to plant trees. We started this last year. We've only planted 5,000 with BDO, and we want to continue with it.
Sure. I mean, if we see what's happening around the world and the focus on climate change and environmental sustainability, video also plays a part to ensure that we can commit to the global agendas of reducing carbon emissions and trying to ensure that we have a more environmentally sustainable business run here. And we have enforced that we start contributing to that agenda, where we have firstly looked at planting 10,000 trees locally in Kenya through CSR initiatives supporting the local communities. That provides us some opportunity to increase our carbon credit. We looked at purchasing seedlings from the local community. We used the local farmers to assist us in planting. There's a sustainable income that they're able to generate from that perspective.
Ile kazi tunafanya hapa mainly planting. So with BDO, they normally provide us with the seedlings. So the moment wanaleta seedlings hapa, we provide employment to most of the farmers wenye munaona wamelima hapa. So it is our mandate kuangalia zile miti zisiharibiwe by the grazers, ama nyakati kama hizi kuna kiangazi, moto isisumbue zile seedlings.
Hii kazi tumepewa na BDO imetusaidia sisi kama community. Tukipewa hizo miche, tukipanda huwa tunalima bado. Kwa hivyo tunapata chakula katika hizo shamba tukiangalia hizo miti.
In line with our management, we have got a unit called the Community Forest Association, the people bordering the forest, or we see them playing their role in protection of this area. If we plant these trees and move out, we are likely to have a very low survival because of the interference, either from a human being or from animals.
Kwa hivyo BDO wakati wanakuja kurehabilitate in this area, wanatusaidia kitu ya kwanza kurestore mazingira. Kwa hivyo wanyama wa pori watarudi, tutaweza kutengeneza ecotourism in this area, na tena mito yetu yenye inakauka pia tutaweza kuirestore.
The other thing I can say there is change because before upande wa miti uwe it was like wilderness. But now at least we can see a great change.
Under COP27, most of the companies have committed to become net zero by year 2050. We at BDO in East Africa have brought this date much earlier. So we are committed to our target and to become net zero by year 2030 and contributing to the environment of Kenya as well as in the region.
We want to assure BDO that as East Africa Wildlife Society, we will continue to work with the community here and the Kenya Forest Service to ensure high level of survival for the trees that we plant here.
Commitment ni kuchunga hizi miti ambazo zimepandwa na BDO, kuhakikisha zimekuwa to a level hata wao wanaweza.
Thank you, DJ. Hello, everyone. My name is still Edwin, still a co-emceeing with Hilda. So I'll be taking us through the afternoon session, yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an eventful 2 day, yeah? And we're nearing the close of our day 2, yeah? Exciting panels, amazing panelists, interesting discussions. So it's the same energy we're carrying on, yeah, till the very end, yeah? And by end, I mean even, yeah, if there's a cocktail, if there's an after party, we're taking the energy till that side, yeah? The president, Derek, confirmed to me that there's an after party. So let's gear up and take the same energy and synergies then. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is unique. It's an interesting one. It's conversational, yeah. It's a one-on-one, yeah. But the discussions are very interesting for we, the young lawyers, yeah. It's a topic that, yeah, we can't run away from. It's here with us. How you do it's a very subjective topic, but at least let's get to know, yeah, the basics around such a topic. And the topic is personal branding and networking. It's something that was feeding off the earlier panels, yeah. Personal branding. Yes, I went to law school, I got done, I have my qualifications, but how should I carry on as a lawyer? Personal branding, networking, the personal development. If it's a networking, what do you mean? Do I get to get my good friend Winnie and take her to the bar and we drink beer? Is that networking? Yeah, so let's get someone who's very experienced in the sector, take us through, yeah, what is branding, what should be what are the do's and don'ts, what are the basics around this? Because just like we noted earlier on, yeah, we have very many. If I look through the room, I can point to 5 of my classmates, yeah, at LDC. Same, very many, the client space is getting narrower. So how do you better yourself? How do you distinguish yourself? So that's the context. That's the discussion we're going to be having this afternoon. Our online audience, we hope you're still following. We recognize you, yeah, and yeah, keep our Q&A up and running. We shall pick any of your comments, any of your questions. Keep them coming. Ladies and gentlemen, this panel will be moderated by our very own, a young lawyer as well, Miss Juliet Nabada. Juliet Nabada is an amazing person. Yeah, she's devoted herself to serve the society. She serves on 2 amazing panels. Firstly, the Young Lawyers Committee, the committee that has put this amazing 2-day symposium together. But also she serves on the Personal Development Committee. These are the guys who organize the symposiums. These are the guys who work on RCLEs, yeah? So she's devoted herself to serve society, but also she's a lawyer and she's a consultant, yeah? She's a corporate tax consultant. So allow me, join me in welcoming Juliet. Juliet, you're very welcome. So Juliet will be telling us, yeah, what our topic is about, which panelists we're having. She'll carry. So as you can see, it's a discussion. You have 2 chairs up there. So it's a discussion, but let's listen in. Let's borrow from the conversation. Over to you, Juliet. Thank you.
Thank you, Edwin. Happy to be here. Are we all excited about this session? I think it's the most relevant to most people in the room. How you sell yourself. Really, we call it business development and networking, but how are you selling yourself? Because many lawyers want to look at the bottom line, but not the compounding effect, as we've been hearing the whole symposium. So this afternoon, we are joined by someone phenomenal, someone you know, someone very popular on the streets of Twitter, and also very popular in the legal society. But he's not only popular, but he's one of the good lawyers that we have in Kampala. We're joined by none other than Bernard Mukasa. Bernard Mukasa is a partner at Otis Advocate, and he leads the TMT department and intellectual property. He also practices in insolvency and restructuring practice. He is, Bernard, should I tell them the truth? In his free time, he's an amateur football coach. He's also a Rotarian and he loves to teach. So he's been a teaching assistant. He's joining us today to tell us about how he has climbed the ranks and how he has managed his business development this far, and what he can tell you about how to brand yourself. So Bernard Mukasa, please join me up here. Have I told any lies about you? So, like, let's be on record.
I'll clarify them as we go ahead.
As we go along. So Bernard, let's jump into it. A lot of times people mistake business development, personal branding, networking. So let's break it down. Let's make it simple. What is business development? What is networking? Let's start there.
So again, I'm not the authority on this, so disclaimer. But I think one is a subset of the other. So really the wider definition is that of business development, where it's the art of growing relationships, growing opportunities, and with people, with organizations, with the ecosystem around you in order to leverage your business, sell a product, receive clients, and basically get a mutually beneficial relationship. Yeah, so I think that would be the wider thing.
Yeah.
The wider definition of business development. Then networking is a part of business development. It's a part of the body of business development. So networking is more particular in that you take actual initiative to seek out, to interact, to seek and leverage these opportunities to get collaborations. So networking is the more detailed one, or is the methodology of business, is one of the methodologies of business development.
Networking.
I hope that wasn't so academic.
It wasn't academic, but it got me thinking. You see when you switch on your phone and it says searching for network. Network. So when you talk about it being the methodology, yeah, could you break it down? What does networking look like, and what does it compound to become business development? What does networking look like? Examples.
Okay. If I call a volunteer, they should be ready.
Yeah.
So,
Please do.
So to network is to intentionally take certain actions to grow or to meet a certain end product which you want. So take, for example, I want people to leave this room when they know I'm good at a certain thing. Maybe I'm an amateur football coach. Let me start there.
Yes.
I can get a coaching gig in this room. So I attend this event, and so attending this event per se may be the business development aspect, the wider thing. Then the networking is what I do at this event. So I'm at this event, I've sat on a table, you're seated there, 4 or 5 guys, you start talking about each other, that is all networking. Oh, what do you do? What do you do? Then we go out to lunch. Then I tell guys, hey, I actually have to prepare for a game, I'm now talking about the game. Then you ask me about coaching. Then we come back in the cocktail, we continue that conversation. Then someone remembers now, then the guy next to you there, and the cocktail will be telling the chick, hey, by the way, that guy is a coach. So you see, you're networking, you're actively taking steps to unpack what you do in a less, or maybe in a less formal manner, because it's better than me coming and putting my CV and telling you, yeah, I'm a coach, I know this, I know this, I know this. So in that intentional way of conversation, of talking about myself, of allowing others to remember me, you can sit on a table at a function, be it a wedding, be it a CLE, and you've sat with 5 guys the whole day from morning to evening, and you leave and no one can remember you. So the same guy was this guy, this gentleman and this lady, they're standing next to each other. They haven't talked about anything. She leaves when she doesn't remember your name. She doesn't even know it because she would have to know it to remember it.
It's not happening to anyone in this
I hope
room.
that's not happening.
Yeah.
So that is already negative networking. You've not been intentional. So networking, the small wins, when you pick up the wins of networking, it's the small wins. You on a table, the 5 people on the table remember your name. Better still, they can remember what you do. You give them a bad joke and they can remember that joke. So that one day when he's scrolling through maybe Twitter, he recognizes you. Say, I was with this guy at a CLE. Or one day when you go to their office to pitch, they can remember you. Let me give you a live example. Many years ago, I attended URSB training on, I think it was companies, something. Forgive that. Then I had, I sat next to a lady, very senior lawyer. So I was 2 years in practice. I was like, I didn't know her name, by the way. But my neighbor is the one now who told me, hey, that's a very senior lawyer. So when we're introducing ourselves, I wrote her name down. Then I kept quiet. I was fearing. I was like, what am I going to tell this lady? So luckily, as I say, luck had it. She's the one who talked to me first. So she turns, she asks me things, and then we start talking. Then even at lunch, we sit together. We come back at lunch, we are starting to make jokes about some presenters. Please don't make jokes about me. But anyway, long story short, then I got to know her. So later I go back, I Google her. I find she's the head. She was, at that time, she was the company secretary of National Housing. Now I think she's the deputy ED of NERA, I think. Anyway, short story is about 6 months later, my partner carries me to a meeting and she's the person we are presenting to. So I enter with my partner. She's like, hey, Bernard, it was over. We sat like small talk. In fact, my partner was not amused. Like, how do you know history? But anyway, so it made the whole meeting a lot easier. Yes, we got work, but you see the power of networking.
Yes.
Yeah. And now the kind of world we are in, networking can no longer be as formal as we used to think it is. It has, in fact, now it has to be as informal. From when you wake up from your bed, networking and business development, from when you wake up from your bed to when you sleep at night, wherever you are, it's an opportunity to network. It's an opportunity to develop your business. That is it. I have so many stories that even here, even when you're in a bar drinking, you're networking. You don't know how that's going to impact your business.
That's him cueing that it's a Friday. And I hope you're all ready for the cocktail after here. But we'll get back to that. Yeah. So what I'm hearing from you is that networking is basically relationship building.
Yeah.
At the core of before you have a business transaction, at the helm of any business development is a relationship.
Yes.
I think Senior Counsel Joyce Nalunga talked about it yesterday. The fact that lawyers are always chasing the money, but the money comes from the relationships. So we're right on the money, right?
Yes, we're right on the money
with
we're
relationship building.
Yeah.
So let's debunk some myths about business development and networking. A lot of times young people, not the ones in this room, tend to imagine that business development is an overrated experience, right? We'll get the clients with or without the business development. We'll get the clients with or without the networking. So let's jump into some of these myths. One of the myths that I've had is business development and networking is a reserve for the wealthy or senior lawyers. Now, this forces or makes some young lawyers abandon trying to develop the skill or understand what it takes to come up with a networking strategy or business development. Is this true, Bernard? Is it a reserve for the wealthy or senior lawyers?
What is the definition of a wealthy or senior lawyer?
Well,
there's a guy I thought was wealthy,
that's
but
why
recently loan sharks were taking him. But anyway, again, it's all in your head. These myths you have, because if a guy is wealthy, he actually may not need to business develop or network as much as you who's starting out. So the bottom line is that it's important along the entire spectrum. In fact, if you're waiting to become wealthy to invest some time in business development, you're doing it wrong. The only way to become wealthy is to network right and to develop your business right. And it starts from the beginning of your career, as I've said. Once you finish life part A, which is birth to university, and then you go to life part B, which is now the rat race of life, everything is an advantage or a disadvantage. And today, more than ever, you can't wait to network, because I came here thinking we're about 3,500 lawyers. Have been corrected, we are 5,000. I mean, I thought I was a young lawyer until I realized I was on the Young Lawyers Committee almost 10 years ago. So clearly I'm not a young lawyer anymore. So funny fact, when we were joining the profession, actually from right from University LDC, we were looking for clerkship, we were looking for internships. The competition was only for law firms. So everything outside law firms was not competitive.
Yeah.
We are competing to get into, meanwhile, a handful of law firms. That's where the competition was. Otherwise, you are assured of clerkship, you are assured of internship. Now, these days, because of the numbers, even internship, even clerkship, people are interviewing. What are you interviewing someone for clerkship? But the thing is that there are too many. How are you going to eliminate them? So the competition is stiff.
The panel have 10 people interviewing one person who has 4 years experience of library activities.
So the competition is so steep. LDC has 2 intakes, which means on average, if those are about 1,000 per intake, 2,000 people are entering the practice every year, every calendar year. Now, I don't know, I could be wrong, but it's my opinion. There's, in as much as you're mediocre in life, in as much as if you can go through 4 years of law school and LDC, you're at a certain level of competence. What differentiates us is what it takes to unlock that competence. Because everyone, even the guy who was the worst at LDC, really can't have fluked up to LDC. That means he knows the law. So we all know the law. We have left where 1,000, we know the law. What will differentiate us is that me, I'll generate an opinion faster than you. You require this amount of pressure, which me, I don't require. Me, I can sell myself better. Those are the differentiating things. That's what ultimately differentiates us. But even if you gave me the worst student, if I put him under the right amount of pressure, he can produce a product which is basically competent. That's the truth. So if all of you are competing for the same things, now everything is competitive. Jobs in CSOs, in-house jobs, these things were not competitive when we were joining the practice. So in fact, not in a bad way, but you would find a guy is applying for an in-house position because he has failed to get into law firms. But now everything is competitive. Magistrates, there are 400 applying for 90 positions. So what's going to differentiate these guys? What's going to differentiate you in this very competitive market? It's to stand out. And how are you going to stand out? The things that make us stand out are not they're not very attached to our competence, because in order to get to the level where your competence is tested, you need to get through the door. So how are you going to get through the door? So those are the things I'm telling you. So that's your network. Your network is your biggest asset. They say your network is your net worth. At that point, it is your biggest asset. So in life, so I read somewhere in the chronology of life that 50% of what we achieve in life is based on our competence, on our opportunities, on our preparation for life. The other 50% is based on luck. But in order to take advantage of the 50% of luck, you have to be prepared in the other 50%. So yes, I'm a good lawyer. I know my stuff. You know, I dress well, because these are the simple things. You dress well, you talk well, you write well, you read. Now you've positioned yourself for your luck. Now, where is your luck going to find you? It's not going to find you at home sleeping in your bed. Your luck could find you in the cocktail we are going to have after this. I'm telling you, your luck could find you at church. Your luck could find you in a bar. So when, I think it's a Luganda saying that if you're not prepared when luck comes to you, it will be moving in the opposite direction of where you're moving. So you need to be ever prepared. And just to give you 3 stories, again, my personal experiences. 3 stories, again, my personal experiences. One, it's the soft skills. One, I was one time taking, I got a ULS training. I was going to Harare to Aripo for a training. From ULS, I actually applied for it thinking so many people had applied for it. Turns out we're only 2 or 3. Now, those guys send emails every time with 2 or 3 lawyers at that time had applied for a training in Harare, a 1-week training. That's how uncompetitive it was. If that email came today, you would tell me the number of applications they would get. So I get onto the plane, I put on my headphones, I sit next to a gentleman. Very small looking gentleman, but older than me. So the guy starts engaging me in conversation, and it was a Sunday afternoon, so I was a bit tired, you know, and it's just in a split moment decision. I was saying, should I put on my headphones and not engage this guy? Or, you just want to have a quiet flight. But I said, you know what? He's asking me, hey, where are you going? Someone can think, why are you asking me where I'm going? So we start light talk. Eventually he gets off the flight in Zambia. Then as we continue to Zimbabwe. So when he's getting off the flight, because I've been engaging him in small talk, which I necessarily didn't want to do, but he gives me his card. The guy was an executive director at Postbank. Imagine this guy was on a Sunday traveling in his t-shirt and jeans and giving me small talk, which I didn't want. Short story, Postbank still my client today. Again, that's just one example. Another time in a supermarket line, someone has overtaken in the supermarket line, things people don't want. Then you want to be the most aggressive person to quarrel about it. Yes, you should quarrel, but in a decent way. So now the lady behind me, we start engaging on the guy who's quarreling about the guy who has jumped the line. So we talk while we are waiting for that career to end. Again, I found her in a very useful organization one day when we were in trouble with the client. Then they sent me and I entered the room and she was there. Made the whole thing easier. So it's these small moments that you look at that will change your life. That will, your luck is there at any time. So you must be the best version of yourself at every time. The time you're just even jogging, exercising, networking is across board, different things. Some of us are in organizations, they said I'm a Rotarian. Now, when I'm in Rotary, it's when I'm in the club with people who I would never ordinarily get appointments with. So when one time I wanted something from NSF, the board chair is in my Rotary club. I just sat next to him and then I told him about it. So in Rotary, we're in an informal setting. Then he told me, no, send it to my office on Monday. I sent it to his office on Monday and the thing got done. Yet I had been trying to, he basically sent it to the MD. I had been trying to meet the MD on that same thing, which was important, but he just had no time. That's the reality.
Someone introduced
me,
Great introduction.
Recently, there's a lady who came to our Rotary club. Then she asked me, hey, I'm looking for this gentleman. She knew the name. So I won't say the name. So I introduced, I said, hey, he's there. He's seated at that table. So I said, hey, can you go and introduce me? Then I said, what's the issue? Then she's like, he's the chairman of that institute, Nakawa near Moves. I just want to tell him I've been there and they failed to confirm me. She was teaching there. They failed to confirm her, and she's like, I just want to talk to him and see if he can help. I said, okay, no problem. I said, hey, this lady wants to talk to you. She's from this other Rotary club. She has come here. So they talked. About a month later, the lady again came for a fellowship. She said, hey, I've been following up that thing for 3 years to get to be confirmed as an employee of that organization. But after I talked to him, it's the HR who called me and just told me, come and pick your appointment later. They didn't even interview me.
Relationship.
So again, a simple relationship that manifests. But these guys, you're not going to find them in their offices. People are too busy. If you call me and tell me I want to come and meet you on Monday at 10 a.m., I'm too busy. I'll tell you I'm not available. Because once I'm in my work mode, I'm dealing now with other crises. But if you tell me, if you find me at Smack League or at Budo League, then you tell me your issue. Then, and that's me who's a nobody. But who are the guys at Smack League and Budo League? There are guys there who are very big guys in their organizations. Then you talk to him from there, then you get a foot through the door. So that's a bird's eye view of different networking opportunities. Church, you have special talents, you're in a band. Anything you can use. But if you just work home, and you think that's where it's going to find you, it may not find you necessarily there. You're doing a disservice to yourself. And yes, there's a whole argument where introverts, we're extroverts, but we're not saying just be the noisiest guy everywhere, but just be impactful wherever you are, be it a supermarket line, be it a Rotary event, be it this ULS, CLE, you never know what will happen. That's really what I think. So it's not a preserve of the rich, it's for every one of us. Even the rich will tell you that's how they started, because it's the way to get rich.
Okay. So how will the people in this room do some networking and business development at a zero to no cost? What are those ways? What are those ways that have worked for you in your years of practice? You've talked about Rotary, you've talked about, those are social clubs, right? Yeah. Socialization. So what other avenues? Because you see, when you introduce the gentleman at Rotary, because of the background and the familiarity and the common ground they had, he helped her.
Yeah.
So what are those other opportunities for lawyers that they can look to build on their networking and their business development? The basics.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Okay.
basics without a cost. That
Um,
only require self-initiative.
And again, the one thing I did not say about networking is upwards and downwards on the grand scale of things. So I'm a lawyer. I don't know too many people. Your first network is the people around you. You know, so you're this guy who has 5 friends from primary school, and you've kept your beautiful friendship even in life. That's very beautiful. But those are 5 people who know you in and out. No one is asking you to end those friendships, but you must grow that network, because you can't just be defined by the 5 close friends you have. Very beautiful to have close friends, but grow the circle. Grow it upwards, grow it downwards. Grow it upwards, grow it around you. So you start with the people around you. Your first network is the people around you. The people you are with in class, you know, the people, your peers. Do you know them? How well do you know them? You know, I know my classmate, their father is the NSSF MD, you know, that kind of thing. You know them and they know you. But you leave school, there are guys who leave school and they come and tell us they were with us in school and we don't remember them. That's a very bad thing. And it happens. It's the unrealistic thing. We were 300 and something in the university. I can't say I remember all the 300 and something, but at least I may be able to remember half or 3/4 of them. So if you're in the quarter, which I don't remember, I say, I was with you in law school. That's already the negative side. If someone can't remember you. Because the thing about life is that at every moment you're selling yourself. So I've sat next to a lady, I can remember her name. It's the same thing even in your personal life. How are you going to impress a lady to marry her if you can't, if there's nothing impressionable about you? So there's that. You start with the network around you, the people you interact with, grow that network. You know, find free opportunities, as I've said. You're joining your school alumni leagues, you know, they are there. Your church groupings, if you're a church person, you know, other social activities. Does that mean you have to be a guy of going out, of drinking? No, it's not that. It's you find what works for you. You find what works for you and you first start there. That is the low-hanging fruit. Then you expand it. So I now know people. Now let me know their parents. Let me know their aunties and uncles. Let me know their big brothers and sisters. Now you're expanding the circle. You're expanding the circle. Let me know those people's friends. You know, you go to a family event. There are 60 people at the family event. Free network. What do those 60 people know about you at the end of that event? Let me know downwards people's children, because it can work downwards even. I've got appointments with, I've got advantages in my daily legal practice because I knew someone's son who may be 10 years younger than me. But I met him somewhere in Smack League, we played against the area or something, you know, I'll give those because they are mine. But then I'm like, hey, I need to meet your dad. Or I need to sell this, you know, can you take this? That sort of thing. So the network expands like that. Then as you get some money, you start now attending nice events, you know. But even before you get some money, there are CLEs. These are free things. So you're at a CLE, you're seated next to a senior lawyer. Start there. Law Society, AGM, annual conference, you know, those free ones. Pro bono day, you've gone. You've gone pro bono day, you're sitting with your 5 friends. They already know you. But if you go to pro bono day and you see a senior lawyer who you want to talk to, just go and ask him a clever question. You know, it doesn't mean you must always go with your CV. Hi, I'm Bernard because I'm a lawyer. I've had 6 years. No, it's just start a conversation with him. And one day maybe remember, hey, there's that bright young man I talked to at opening of the new lawyer. You know, I'm now looking for an associate. Maybe I should look for him. He may not even take you another time, but he will maybe go out of his way to look for you. So those are free events. Law Society Sports Day, client events. Now you're growing your network, you're looking for clients. A client has called you, oh, we are launching this new product, you're too busy to go. But why don't you go to the launch? That's when you're going to see all the heads of department, you know, and they put a face to your emails where you're sending them their contracts.
Please find attached here.
Please find attached. They've never even seen you. So it starts at that level. Seek out those things. When I was a first year associate, I would insist on going with my partners everywhere. So you see, a partner may is going for a meeting, doesn't see any relevance of taking you. But you've worked on everything for that client. Say, oh, can I come along? He may not have thought about it. He has other things to think about. But are you that aggressive that you've told the partner, oh, you're going to meet Uganda breweries. Can I come along?
Sure,
You're not going to say anything, but you go into the meeting, you'll see who is in the meeting, you'll introduce yourself. That's okay. It may not manifest at that level. Then tomorrow you'll find someone in that meeting at another event. Say, oh, we met you the other time I came with my senior partner. Now she's at your sister's wedding. She's your sister's friend from school. So you see how it works. Now that's the second event she has seen you. Then next time now you go back with the partner. She's like, hey, I met you at your sister's wedding. You know?
Yeah.
So the network is growing. So it doesn't work overnight that every time you must sell yourself, but it means take advantage of every small event. It will grow to another event. It will grow to another event, and eventually it will become, you don't know what will become useful. The guy you don't want to talk to, but at least you must be the best version of yourself in order to take advantage of this. And being the best version of yourself means you need to be, the ultimate reality is that people are judging you by looking at you. So they are judging you. So you've gone for an event, your hair is not combed, you know, your shirt is not buttoned, you know, you're not smart. And it's a simple thing. But why would we're at a cocktail? Why would I want to talk to a guy who has a dirty collar? So it's a simple thing. You may have rushed there, but if you have a dirty collar, why can't you change your shirt? If you're really vested, because you don't know who you're going to meet at that event. You don't know how it's going to impact your life. So you see these small decisions we make that ultimately determine that we must be the best version of ourselves at every point. At every point. Because people just are watching you even when you don't know. You're in a bar, you're talking, someone is watching you from the table. Forgive my bar examples. But someone is watching you, then you're the noisiest guy in the bar, you want to fight. I've kept a mental note of you, even if I'm not interested. Then tomorrow I find you somewhere, I say, hey, that's the guy who was fighting. He like, you see, I've formed a negative opinion of you. So just be the best version of yourself. And that's the preparation, the 50%. Yes, you know your law. You can't sell what you don't know. So first tip, you must know what you're selling. You call yourself a lawyer. And the other, I told you they now interview guys for clerkship. I was interviewing guys for clerkship with guys at the office the other day. So you're interviewing clerkship guys, but you don't even know what to ask them. You know? So you ask them, I asked someone asked, who is your role model in the law? And the lady said, I don't have any role model as yet. And this is an LDC student. Do you know that after that, the whole interview goes south?
Yeah.
Because all we are going to remember in that interview is that someone has no role model at LDC.
She has no model.
Please say your mother. You know, it's a simple answer, but it has taken the whole interview down. So even if you say good things after, even if we ask you harm DTB and you cut it for us, what we're going to remember is that you have no role model. And that's the ultimate, that's how life works. That's how life works. A guy one time went in an interview, he was telling me about it. So he enters the interview, they're reading his CV. Because by the way, by the time you enter an interview, guys have read your CV. So they just want to see what else is it about you? What is tick about you? Normally they ask you, hey, tell us something that's not on your papers. So the MD of the company, so he pays attention to detail. Then the guy is like, oh, I see you pay attention to detail. Then they're like, so when you woke up in the morning and you are dressing to come for this interview, the guys, you see how my shirt is? Yeah. This button was open. So the guy had this button open and this one closed. So if you pay attention to detail, when you were dressing up, was it a style that you wanted this button open and this one closed? Then the guy's like, oh, no, I forgot. You're thinking it's a small thing at that point. Like, but you're saying you pay attention to detail. Can you fail to really button both sides of this shirt?
But isn't that a little too?
And now, no, just someone has noticed. By the way, it will be simple things.
Yeah.
Now someone has noticed 10 minutes of your interview time, you're discussing why your button
is good.
Why wouldn't you just be smart? Now, after that, they're asking you legal questions, what? But the guy has just said, this guy, his attention detail, you can't even knot his tie and put it up to here, it's sagging here. It's a simple thing.
So what I'm hearing from you is that everything we do, how we present ourselves before we even think about the tools, the strategies, and the opportunities is being mindful and self-aware, which comes back to our theme, the compounding effect of what? Of self-leadership.
Yes.
So what you're actually talking about is lead yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, be present, be very aware that in every minute, in every frame of your life, it's going to come back to the bottom line.
Exactly.
And compounding, because you've talked about it, you will have a conversation in one moment and you don't know that's going to build up or lead to
change your life.
to the next big deal that you're going to get, or the next client that's going to refer you to another client. So thank you for pointing that out. I hope the young lawyers have picked up on that. We've talked about social events. We've talked about being able to be present and ready. We've talked about platforms. Could you speak to platforms that are accessible by young lawyers that create good opportunities to network?
Okay, by platforms, you mean like social media platforms? Okay, we'll start with social media, then other platforms. So again, it goes back to being the best version of yourself, because one, you know what you're selling, you know who you want to sell it to, what do you want? You want clients, you know, you build your relationships, you build your network, you have a marketing plan. This is self-leadership. When they ask you, Bernard Mukasa, who are you? Someone has given you 30 seconds. Who are you, Bernard Mukasa? You're not going to read your 12 pages CV to someone. The life coaches call them elevator pitches. So you're in the big elevator at, I don't know what's the tallest building, URA. Then you find someone. Say, oh, what do you do? Someone asks you, in that he's going to third floor. You have exactly 30 seconds to tell him something that will help him remember you. So that's a good exercise. Maybe we should try it.
Yes,
elevator pitches. You give guys like 15 minutes to talk about yourself.
We're going to have a
know,
networking
it's a very
session
interesting
after this, so
no
prepare your
no
5
one is going to give
minutes.
you time. So if you think I'm going to go to someone's office and talk about myself for 30 minutes, yes, he'll tell you, come, I'll meet you at 10. By 10:05, he has got a new meeting. Now, if in those 5 minutes you're still on your introduction, he has told you, oh, maybe we'll meet another time. He'll never come back. So you can't afford to take any chances. You must know what you're selling. You must be self-aware of, they call it your own marketing plan, and you must be adaptable. So adaptability is key, especially in this world, because you're at an event, you've started talking about law. The guy doesn't want to talk about law. Now what are you going to do? Are you going to keep quiet?
You're referring to your
But
LinkedIn.
it's still there. That, let's not talk business. You know, for you had prepared your pitches of the changing face of the social, what sector. The guy has already died, what talk business. You have no other conversation. You know, basic conversation starters. They're like, hey, you have to adapt in that moment and say, okay, oh, I've seen something. Hey, yeah, you know, you use all the tools around you. Look at the people you're with, see something about them. Conversation starters are very easy. You've seen a pin on their thing, ask him about that pin.
Yeah.
On, hey, what does that lapel mean? Then he starts telling you, now you've opened another conversation. So in that conversation, depending on where it's going, it may be more impactful than if you had come to tell him about your product for debt collection.
Yeah. So back to the social media options that are available. We've just been talking about Twitter.
Yes.
And the dramatic tones that can be on Twitter, the fights, the unnecessary language. We've talked about LinkedIn. So just to contextualize, we have so much social media right now, maybe to be specific. We have Facebook, we have Instagram. What's professional, what's not professional? And can I distinguish myself and present myself as a perfect person on LinkedIn and then post, God forbid, have an argument with a senior counsel on Twitter and still be utilizing my networking opportunities, right? So how do we use social media platforms? How do we contextualize them? And how do we set up our prepared materials to feed them into those platforms?
Social media is a landmine, by the way, especially in this day and age, and we are all learning, the old, the young, but it's a landmine. You need to understand it that, and it changes very fast. Now, if Twitter is everyone's favorite these days, now Twitter is the worst because you're limited by words already want to say something, but you're limited by the number of words you can say it in, and you're not going to be there to defend it.
Yeah.
You know? So you have to be very careful. So I think social media really, and I'm not an expert, but I think for me, it's a learning, it's an experience where you learn every day. I've also made mistakes. I'll report myself, I'll tell you one. I've made mistakes and I've learned from them. But I think it's very important to understand your digital footprint as a person based on what you want to achieve and what are your goals and or aspirations in life, because everything has a ripple effect. So you may think your Instagram is there, it's for your private stress relief, but it's your Instagram may be the thing that, again, in your professional life propels you to the next level, you know? So you don't know. That's why I'm saying it's a landmine. So you don't know. So whereas long time ago when we had Facebook and High Five, nobody was not many people on them. Employers weren't on them, you know? So we could say, okay, this is my stress relief area. Let me say all the BS I want here. But now it's not that. Social media is part and parcel of the professional realm of life. So you must understand your digital footprint, and it's there and people can see you. One of the mistakes I made a long time ago, when I was working at ENS, electricity went and I went on a rant about umeme. And yes, we can complain, electricity can go, you complain, blame your service provider. But as they say, maybe nachisusa. So I went on a rant and tweeted so many things. I said, umeme, guys, you know, some unnice language and all that. So I think the umeme, actually what I was told, the umeme head of finance picked up the tweet and put it on their WhatsApp group and said, you people, these guys are very abusive towards us. Then, no, the umeme, one of the COO put it there. Now the head of finance knew in my bio, I had employee ENS Africa. So sends it to my senior partner, Mr. Donald Nyakayo. So CEO employee, Mr. Donald Nyakayo sends it to me and said, Bernard, this guy has sent me this thing. You think about it. These are your clients who are paying, who are keeping lights on. He actually just left it at that. You think about it. And I now understood the ripple effect. Yes, I can complain about me. No one is saying don't complain. Sometimes you complain, MTN, they're chewing our data. But look at the impact of everything you put on social media. That's the ultimate reality. Because you may feel safe that you can say it there, it's your personal Twitter account, but it can come back to bite you. It can come back to bite you. So I think you need to understand your digital footprint vis-a-vis what you're trying to achieve in the world. So I think it's very important to think about it like that. It's part and parcel. MDs are on there, clients are on there, potential businesses on there. So what are you portraying there? What are you portraying there? You don't have to put everything there. And yet it can be a place where you relax. You know, Attorney General used to talk about Arsenal. We interact in Arsenal tweets. It's okay. So yes, it's social and all that. But now if Arsenal is playing Man U and a Man U fan and you abuse the Attorney General because he has said something about Arsenal, he's still the Attorney General when he leaves his Twitter account, and you're still a lawyer in his back. Comes back to bite you. So I think it's just tempering well what we share. Sometimes you will make the mistakes and you will learn from them. Sometimes I think for me, what really I do, every time I tweet, before I press send, I look at the tweet and think about it. Just take that 1 second, you know? There are times when I've tweeted and I've deleted the tweet immediately. But I said, oh, no, this thing, it can easily be misunderstood, you know, because you've said something which you're thinking of in the moment.
In your moment.
It has a context for you, but now you've put it out into the world where not everyone will know the context. Yeah. Then Jordan will reply and say, but Council, did you really think about this? Then another person jumps on it. Before you know it, it's the trending topic on that 1 hour in Ugandan Twitter. Now, from your first opinion, so I guess the thing about social media is that you need to understand it's part and parcel of your professional life. It's no longer your personal life. So the two interact daily. So you need to be self-aware of, again, it's self-leadership. Know what you're portraying, you know? These things come back to bite.
And we're the same people in all our spheres of life. So we show up in all those different spheres, yes, and they will be linked. So people will not separate Julie on Instagram from Julie on LinkedIn. You will send the link regarding your LinkedIn, but before they look at your LinkedIn, they'll go to Google and put in Julie Navada. And then all your social media comes up, right? Now,
And employers increasingly are looking at social media handle. Now,
So the blue,
even apart from employers, even other, it's a part of the due diligence of a person. Who are they on social media? Because that's the freest place you are. It's where we are going to discover who you are. Embassies do it. You want a US visa, but you're the one never treating Bin Laden. Why should they give you their visa? Why should they give you their visa? You can be a toxic guy on social media. That's the truth. I mean, I see a lot. And again, it's because as young people, I'm maybe older now, I can temper what I say. But as young people, we like saying a lot. So you see, it comes now, there's this guy, there's a time there was something about young lawyers. And I don't want to be biased because I've been there and now maybe I'm not there.
That lockdown conversation.
Then the senior lawyer, has taken me, has not eaten one, those small things. So I guess as young people, because we have more to say, which is the reality, you have more to say, me, I'm no longer young. But I think it's just saying it in a clever way. Let us not be reckless with our words, So you want to say something, say it in a clever way. You can say something in a clever way. You can complain about poor salary in a clever way without saying this senior lawyers or there's a guy who complained about senior lawyers. Then when we were interviewing him, we saw his tweet said, what this guy watch us on social media when he's angry one day, But that's the ultimate reality. So now we have moved away from seeing his papers. As I told you, every lawyer is competent. I don't want to see what you got in tort. I don't want to see what you got in contract. But I'm just saying, what is it about this person? So I quickly Google you on Twitter. This one is ever complaining on that fukilechism, something like that. So social media is part and parcel of your brand. You can't separate it. You will not explain to someone why you are showing us your cleavage on Twitter. But your picture is there and you are showing us your cleavage. And it says, so you really, in your day, you really wanted to show the Ugandan Twitter your cleavage. It doesn't say a lot about you. So whatever we post, we need to be careful about it. I mean, we can, joke, we can, but we need to be careful about what we are portraying. Social media isn't as serious. So some guys have used it to again, it's a business development tool, networking tool. So you're interacting with people and these people, they're
it's
there.
a double-edged
So it's a
sword.
double-edged sword. It can hurt you, it can help you.
Yeah, so we are really moving fast on these myths, and I think we need to move on to the next. Business development is best done by people with an extroverted personality, and that myth seems to bring out the issue of communication and the strengths that we have. I may be able to sit up here and have a conversation with you. I'm very comfortable about it. But another person who's probably 10 times more competent than I am may not have those skill sets, right? So the question here would be, is it true? Do extroverted people thrive better with business development? But nonetheless, even if they're thriving, how does a person who may not be as confident, work around their communication skills? And are there business development or networking opportunities that do not require you to communicate?
Okay, of course it comes easier to the extroverted people. I am a person who talks a lot, so talking comes easier to me. But there are those who it doesn't come easy to. So I think it's one, self-awareness. Self-awareness, they normally ask people, you must be self-aware. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? So you must know, what are my strengths and my weaknesses as a person? Maybe I talk more, but I may not be, my writing is lacking, Maybe I'm better at research. Maybe I'm better at oral presentations than written. Then you know where the shortcomings are and you purposefully improve on those areas, because ultimately, as I said, it's not going to find you at home. So whether you're introverted or extroverted, you just need to find what works for you, but you still need to leave that comfort zone. So you can't say, I'm an introvert, I can never attend any function. So then what do you want? So it calls on you as an introvert to go out of your comfort zone. No one is saying go to the party and talk more and pretend to be the most extroverted person. No, you can still find what works for you. What works for you as an introvert. So I may be the person who enters a room and can talk to anyone, but for you, you want to warm up to one person first. Then that means identify that person carefully. You have a small, nice, quiet, intimate conversation with them. It's still an opportunity. It may even be better than me who's just making noise talking to everyone across the room. So I guess it's just.
And introverts are good listeners,
Exactly.
which is also another way to hear the client problems
Yes.
better.
And again, it's how you communicate. So yes, introverts, extroverts, but communication is one subject for both introverts and extroverts. You know, how are you communicating? What are you communicating? When are you communicating? How, you know, where? All those have to be part of it, because communication is a circle. It comes from a sender to the person you're communicating to, and it comes full circle because they must understand. I told someone on a WhatsApp group was mobilizing for a certain event, and everyone was asking questions. I said, if you've written that whole paragraph and you have all these questions, go back to your paragraph and say, did I communicate well? Because why are people asking the very basic things which are already in your paragraph?
True.
So it means you have not communicated well. So I guess you have to ask yourself, what is the best way to put across this message? And that may be dictated by what are you communicating? Where are you communicating? To whom are you communicating? You know, you're going to, as a lawyer, you're going to present to innovation hubs. These are tech guys. Guys are billionaires, but they wear t-shirts and jeans. You know, maybe that day you can also, you don't want to overwear your best suit. You also tone down. I've done it before, and I think it has worked tremendously. You're going to talk to, you know your audience, what appeals to them. I mean, and just be adaptable. You're going to talk to these guys, maybe dress a bit different, maybe talk a bit different, maybe don't use too much English, maybe use a bit of local languages, you know? So it's just that self-awareness. And that for me is more important. Whether you're an introvert or an extrovert, it's the same thing. It's just understanding and what you're communicating, what you want to communicate about yourself, where, to whom, and how.
So you've said communication is a cycle, and I'd like to throw us back to the writing era. Yeah. So for many people who communication might be difficult, they may find their strength in writing. Is writing obsolete?
No, writing is not obsolete.
So
it's still the bedrock. In as much as you talk, you must also be able to write. But again, yeah, it's and writing is important because you're not going to be there to defend yourself where your writings land.
Yeah.
It's like these guys whose work we were buying at the print at campus. You know, a guy wrote his essay on something, but someone photocopied it one time, and all of us are using that same handout. It has my initials, BM, it's there, the LDC photocopier. So it was my work. But 8 years later, it's still being used at the photocopier. I'm not there to explain anything about it.
And so much has changed.
Exactly. Yeah. So writing, if writing is easier to you, then write as much as possible. If talking is easier to you, find opportunities to talk, offer to present, offer to speak at functions. You know, you see, you're in the church, you've never read a reading. Why don't you offer to someone? Yeah, it's as simple as that. I can remember someone who read a reading so beautifully. So if I see them somewhere else in life, I'll remember them. So if talking is your thing, you capitalize on it. If writing is your thing, you write, you know?
So we need to know our strengths.
You need to know it's self-awareness. You need to know your strength.
Build around our strengths.
And your weaknesses so that you can plug the gap of the weaknesses using the strengths while still improving.
So I've seen a lot of interesting ways to go about it as well. A lot of young people now have websites. They put out all their information, they write articles, they do thought leadership pieces in newspapers. They show up to events like this and end up having their photo on the Twitter page. And Simon is saying, meet Kelly. Yeah. And they're saying Kelly is talking about business development or engaging in business development, and automatically other people are going to assume you're an expert. Yet maybe you just sat next to Bernard and you look good next, you look good next to him. So there are very many ways that if you don't communicate verbally as well as Bernard does, you can stick to those and they will sell you. Yeah. I think the Bible is very clear. Your talent will bring you before kings, yeah, or men of value. So you may not have to announce it at the rooftop, yeah, but whatever it is that you know you're good at, keep practicing it, keep doing it. It will compound and it will come back to that. So Bernard, thank you for elaborating. And someone will notice.
That's the thing. You may not even need to blow your own trumpet. Someone will notice. If you're doing the right thing and you're standing out, someone will notice. So if I mean, I've seen so many tweets on topical legal issues, and you can see someone's tweet and say, this guy knows what he's talking about. And then you can see someone says it's gambling.
This one's just a noise maker.
So you put your opinion out there. Is it the best opinion? Have you put some thought into it? You know, you want to talk about Ham DTB on Twitter because you're a lawyer, but you've forgotten, whereas you may fool the entire public, the other lawyers were also reading that same tweet. And they are saying, is this guy really a sensible lawyer to write such a thing?
Lying to us, right?
So it's just that people will notice. I used to have one of my first bosses and mentors told me, asked me a question once, said, you have to, you're going home you're on a Friday at work, you have two things to do. One, your client has asked you to draft a tenancy agreement for them, and they're going to pay. You've charged them maybe 2-3 million shillings. So they've paid and they've told you draft. It's a tenancy. Then your friend Edward has also asked you to draft a tenancy agreement because he knows you're a lawyer. You've been together from secondary school. So you also have to draft a tenancy agreement for Edward. So my boss asked me, which agreement are you going to spend more time on? So I answered it so quick. I said, of course, the clients. So, and I said, why? I said, the client has paid. My friend can always wait. So he gave me a scenario. He said, okay, so you spend, if you're going to do time, he said, for my, so I actually explained, I really fell in this hole. I explained to him, I said, the one of my friend, I'll just get a thing and change names and send it to him. The one of the clients, of course, I have to check the clauses, then I'll send them both out. So he told me, okay, you've sent them both out in the world. Your friend, 2 years down the road, has a dispute with his landlord on a clause in your tenancy. They've even gone to court. The tenancy is there, drawn and filed by Bernard Mukasa advocate, you know? So basically the message, the short of that story is that his message was, your two documents are both going out into the world.
Care about it.
The price tag is not on the document. The tenancy of the client doesn't have 3 million, and the tenancy of your friend, which you did for free as a favor, doesn't have free. Now they've both gone out into the world and they're both documents with your name on them. Are they speaking? Are they both speaking about the kind of lawyer you are? That's what he told me. So wherever, once you accept to do something as a lawyer, it should be able to speak to you, to the kind of lawyer you are. So whether we are doing a favor for our auntie, whether we are doing a favor for our mother, once you accept to do it, you must do it with the same energy you're doing for a client who has paid you 5 million. Because when those things are out in the world, people are judging you on them and they don't know the context. They don't know this one was free, this one was for payment. So I think that's a good analogy, I think, about your personal brand and how you want to put it out in the world. It should be able to speak for you even when you're not there. Because people are judging you even when you're not there. People will spread your tweets in WhatsApp groups and they'll say, but who's this couple? Yes, Kajanja. I said Budonians about what? You know, people are judging him. Then one day he's on an interview panel. I remember, this is about you tweeted that thing. People are judging you even where you're not. So you must be the best version of yourself everywhere, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's at a family function, whether it's at work. It's the analogy of those two tenancies. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. It's interesting that you've mentioned that there should be someone speaking for you outside the room. A lot of times when we are picking our friends, we also don't think about that. If I am not able to sell myself, but I have a strength, a lot of the opportunities I've gotten have been from my friends. They have even betted on me or put up security deposits without me knowing. Yeah, I'll give you an example, just one. I have a friend who was very aware of my cooking talent. So when I'm not a lawyer, You're cooking. Yeah, I'm cooking. And so they thought it was time to monetize it. And another person needed a service, an NGO, one of the NGOs in Kampala here needed a service for a safe space they were having. And it was last minute and everything. And when he was asked, it was a client conversation from court. And the client was like, no, I know someone, she'll deliver. What's the budget? We're going to pay her about, let's say 6 million. He's like, no, I will pay you 4 million as a deposit. If she doesn't deliver, you take it. unaware. So that's a person speaking for you in
When
your
you're not
absence. So how are you interacting with your friends? Are you holding your intelligence? Are you not showing up when you're with your friends? Are you always late? Are you always the person who postpones, who cancels on your friends? So your relationships are very, very important because those people will speak for you. They will recommend you. They will cheer you on in the rooms that you're not. They will tell people your specialities. So please, please, please focus on your friendships as well and make sure you build them. Don't avoid toxic people. And I know the word toxic is defined differently, but you know people who are for you. So go towards the light. Don't always be seeking darkness, ambiguity, fixing. Pick people whose energy resonates with you and they'll speak for you when you're not in the room. Bernard, we can move on quickly to the other myth that we have. Is all publicity good publicity?
That's relative. Someone said there's no such thing as bad publicity.
Yes.
But I think, whereas in the general context of the world, there may not be such a thing as bad publicity. We have to be aware of the impact of bad publicity in certain spaces. For example, now we are here, lawyers. Yes, bad publicity. If you guys say this guy is a thief, or you're a delivery guy, he'll never pick your calls. And that's the rumor that goes around. And we are here, lawyers. So I'll just be at that table. Said, hey, they told me the other guy does land transaction. That guy robbed someone's title, he mutated it. Now, I've told it to her. 3 other people have had it on the table. So it's a ripple effect. So I think, yes, there may not be, they say generally, I think that there's no such thing as bad publicity. But I think in professions like ours, where they're based on what you present, on your personal brand. If your personal brand is tainted, no one wants to touch you. No one wants to touch a toxic person. So, and it's very simple things. As I said, that the context is never there. I could have given you something, and maybe at that point you are going through something, or you had other things distracting you. But that's the opinion I've formed of you, and I'm going to tell it to other people. And there are so many lawyers. There are too many lawyers. So these are the things that are going to differentiate us. Not who knows the law the most. It's what people are saying about you. It's what you're portraying. So I think there is such a thing as bad publicity in that context.
So would that be bad personal branding? And if that's bad personal branding, then let's talk about branding, because people are unaware that with every action, the compounding effect, you are telling the world about yourself. In one way or the other, you're building a brand. So how do I identify that I am a brand in myself? How do I distinguish myself as a brand from the people I work with? Or what's the fine line in between?
In between.
Yes.
The simple answer would
Like
be look
your
in the mirror.
Example.
Look in the mirror. You know, so they say that thing of you should always put yourself in the other person's shoes. So look in the mirror, just do a self-analysis, and it's self-awareness. So you're doing this thing this way. So where there's Bernard at Otis Advocates, Bernard amateur football, Bernard in church, and Bernard in other things, the basic underlying thing must be there must be a common theme in all those Bernards. I can't be Bernard of Otis and 100% be a different Bernard. No, there are certain basic tenets that Bernard must be. So that is understanding your personal brand. Whereas you're in different environments, you may adjust here and there. You may loosen up here, you may be up tight here, but they're basic things. What is Bernard? Is he trustworthy? Is he competent? Is he smart? You know, the basic things, they apply across board. They apply across board. So it's just look in the mirror and do a self-test. If I had to choose 2 lawyers and I have lawyer A, lawyer B, and I want to make a quick decision on who to give the work, and I'm looking for a differentiating factor. So put myself in the place of lawyer A. Would I choose me over another lawyer in the same space? If not, why not? If yes, why? Then you now start knowing the things which are differentiating you. So it's your personal brand across board. So it goes back to almost the same thing as social media. Whereas we used to think social media was private, now it's public. So you can't say I'm Bernard like this on social media and I'm Bernard like this in real life. No, it's the same Bernard. Otherwise, people will take one Bernard over the other. There must be some common
So
factor.
tell us, what is your brand? If I'm to pick 5 people here. Actually, let's do that. Hilda, kindly pick 2 people to tell us what they perceive Bernard's brand to be. Quickly. You might avoid Jordan.
Don't ask Jordan.
Jordan might assassinate his character.
Bernard is smart.
How do you know that?
I mean, just look at him.
Oh, smart in appearance?
Appearance, intellectually.
So is that his brand?
I think so.
Okay.
He talks
And
what he has.
all right. Anybody else? Just one more. Okay.
You can say even a negative thing. I won't hold it against you. Say it talks a lot.
Bernard is confident. That's one thing for sure. Like you get it on the first impression you get after listening to him. He's confident. He has really used his confidence to get all these networks that he kept referring to. And I think that's a good thing.
Okay. So has your confidence and your client trust?
Yeah. I mean, guys say a lawyer should be able to talk even when he doesn't know. So the confidence to talk. A guy can take you somewhere where you must not look mediocre at any time. But a funny story about my confidence is that I wasn't always confident. And up to now, I have this thing which people don't understand because they think I'm confident. But I get very nervous before presentations. I was seated there and I was nervous. I could actually feel it. But once I start, it somehow all disappears. So the key is managing myself in that moment before. So it's something personally that maybe people may not know about me. I get very nervous for things, even examinations, get very nervous before, but once I start, somehow the confidence comes. But I just need to manage myself before because it can get disorganizing when you're a bit nervous before things.
Okay. I wonder what my personal brand would be if I asked, but we won't get into that. The other myth that we're going to be closing with is that business development and networking is beyond Uganda, is futile. Yeah. So we're trying to understand there's a lot of fear around trying and attempting to market yourself outside this country. People think small, like this is my market. I want to work in this market. I know everyone in this market. I'm greedy in this market. But we have neighbors in the region. We have AFTA coming. We have the whole world. And the people in this room, or the majority of young lawyers, are afraid to leap. Yeah. How do I, at a cost-effective budget or no budget, yeah, approach the international side of things? How do I market myself internationally? And in this, we're thinking IBA is expensive. Conferences are expensive. Everything seems to have a price tag and it's in dollars and lately euros. So how does a young lawyer start to build their international recognition, their international brand in a manner that is mindful of their budget, really?
No, I think it's
so all the opportunities seem to have a price tag. So we need to reassure the people listening and in this room, what are the opportunities and how can they position themselves to network internationally? Yeah.
So I think first of all, again, you must look at the world as a global village. We can no longer be just thinking of Uganda. And once you understand that, then you know that your brand is not just for this market. Whereas you may have primarily to prepare for this market, but anytime this market is changing, tomorrow we're going to be competing with Kenyan, Tanzanian lawyers. Big firms have come now, and for me that outlook came to me, I think in 2014 when I went for ILFA. And again, to answer your question, the opportunities are there. Not every opportunity costs cash, and not every opportunity is clear cut. Sometimes it's using our resources as young lawyers. Yes, you may not be able to go for IBA, but some of these big hotshot lawyers of IBA are on the timeline tweeting. Engage them on their tweets. Then you never know, you may say something interesting and the guy replies, and then you start that engagement there. Then he'll start telling you all the beautiful opportunities in the world, where free summer internships are. it's just picking. All my opportunities just came from looking for opportunities. And the opportunity, one of the opportunities that impacted my life, my practice, especially professionally, was when I went for ILFA in 2014. And again, it was one of those things, seeing a ULS email, I applied. I didn't know about ILFA before that.
Yeah.
So I applied, went for the interviews, went through. And I think when I was in London for 5 months, and I was working at Freshfields, and when I just saw the kind of lawyer, of legal practice in the UK, the kind of things these people are thinking about, I was never the same again. And when I came back, I wasn't the same lawyer. Things I had never thought about, you know? These guys are just not lawyers in a bubble. They're lawyers, they're global lawyers.
Yeah.
They understand things. The first thing is always have to be informed of the things happening in the world, you know? Someone one time didn't even know the president and this is a true life experience. I picked it from the interviews recently. And they asked someone, who's the president of Ukraine? And they didn't know. I mean, you may not know how to pronounce the name, but how can you not know the president? Like, that's information you've and this is a better time, because for us, we didn't have Twitter, which are summarized for. When you open Twitter at 6 a.m., you already know the news in the world, you know, and someone has summarized it for you there. You already know the key things in the world. You know, okay, this is happening in the US. Okay, this is happening in Russia. Like, information is there. You don't have to actually look for it.
Free information.
Imagine at a certain point, we had to look for that information. We had to be purposeful about looking for it. Now you can know the news without even reading a newspaper or going to BBC, because someone has already summarized it on Twitter. You know, you just go to trends and say, hey, earthquake in Malaysia. Hey, these guys of the submarine have finally died. You know, something like that. So you know things. And these are the things which are either conversation starters or which show how alert and switched on you are in terms of the global happenings in the world.
So
you must be thinking at that level. If you're thinking of just here, of land sale agreement, of company registration, legal practice is going to leave you behind because it has changed. Now, increasingly, lawyers even have to have some financial literacy. You must understand the client's business. You can't just be drafting occupational health and safety contracts for a factory which manufactures cement without understanding how cement is manufactured. Then how are you going to? Because like health, people were saying health has changed with the rise of Dr. Kasenine and other Twitter doctors. People are looking more at preventative health, and it sells more than treatment part of it. But even legal practice has changed. People are looking more at preventative other than reactionary. So all our legal practice will move away largely from always being dispute-centered and reacting to disputes, to thus the proactiveness. And the only way you can be proactive is to understand the client's business, have as much information in the world. You know, you have your top client is MTN, but you don't know about the telecommunications sector. For you, you're more interested in just reviewing their contracts and sending them to them. You must know about the communications sector. You must take some time and understand it. And that's where we are. And that's how you can identify problems. People want lawyers increasingly who can identify problems, who are proactive. Then you say, hey, this thing has come out, I think, you know what? Say you've bought this new machinery, you know your client's new machinery. Those are things which impress clients. But you're servicing a client, you've never even gone to their premises. You want to sit in your desk. That was legal practice of yesterday. And because lawyers were few, so people could look for the lawyers and they were few. Now there are 5,000 lawyers. Lawyers have to go and look for clients now. We can't sit at our desks and business comes to us. So the clients, business development, you have to keep the clients you have. Yes, you hunt, but when you hunt, you must be able to keep them because someone else is also targeting them. So you have your client, he has a factory, you've never even gone to the factory, you're not interested in the latest things they're doing, their product line, you know, but you're busy drafting agreements. That is not how legal practice should be thought of. You must, when I was in London for ILFA, I understood a guy has a client. Of course, it's a bigger market and they have bigger resources, but a guy has a client, but he understands everything about his client. You know, if the client's saying, I'm expanding Malaysia, the guy has already prepared the checklist of things of Malaysia, you know? So when you come back, you start thinking of legal practice that way. You can't just be sitting at your desk drafting.
So we're seeking opportunities, and I think what
the
I'm hearing
opportunities are
for
here,
you, the
and
opportunities
they are free opportunities, and they will come from the other. One opportunity gives birth to another. So you've come to this CLEs, they've brought trial advocacy, they've brought Bazungu from Pepperdine University. You've gone for trial advocacy, you've interacted with the Bazungu, The Mzungu sends you one time, a Mzungu sent me a master's scholarship. You know, it's that sort of networking. You've gone, ULS is always getting opportunities and sending them out. I went to ILFA through ULS free. I went to Harare through ULS free. I've attended so many.
So it requires you to be vigilant.
You have to be vigilant.
And also
you have to look for the
able to
opportunities.
seek the opportunities.
Exactly. And be ready to take advantage of them. You might be the guy they sent to Harare for patent drafting, fully sponsored by Aripo. Then you come back and no one remembers you in Harare. But from Harare now, you've met a Kenyan lawyer. There are 7 other guys from 7 other countries, or even the guys themselves at the organization which is hosting you can remember you. But you've been there for a week, no one remembers you. You're doing a disservice to yourself. You're selling Uganda. One of the first things they asked me to present at Freshers, they just said, present about Uganda. They were not asking, they were not interested in my legal knowledge. They just said, tell us about Uganda, but you don't even know certain basic information about your country. So you need to know, you need to know what you're selling. So you need information, and information is constantly evolving. There are uncomfortable things coming, cryptocurrency and what. We're not saying go and be the expert in them, but have a basic understanding of them. So that when you guys discussing cryptocurrency, you just, I don't know those things, So have a basic understanding of, be proactive in that respect, so that you can seize the moment. It's the preparation, the 50%, so that when you get luck, you're telling the guy who you're having a conversation with about something he doesn't know. You've taken advantage of your luck.
So you've highlighted being prepared is 50%, true. And so for international environments, we are always interacting with people in other countries. When you're liking a concert advert on Instagram, you're interacting with someone. So you're always putting your best foot forward. I like that you've talked about Twitter. There are a lot of lawyers on Twitter who are constantly engaging, sharing scholarship opportunities. But if we're always on the street where people are assassinating character, we may not be able to see those opportunities. So thank you for highlighting. Now, because of this business development on the international spectrum, we've had concerns about cross-border practice. We've had concerns about best friend relationships and all. For young people out here and young people who have law firms, what do you have to say about how they can prepare themselves to attract such a partnership, say an ALN kind of arrangement, or should they be looking to actually just create and send forth? How can young lawyers with budding businesses prepare to attract international relationships, collaborations, and partnerships? What are some of the things they should be considering within their practice and within their own day-to-day that prepares them for such an international standing?
So first, be intentional about putting in the work. No one wants to partner with a guy who doesn't know what they're doing. So you have to be intentional. Law firms came from one-man law firms where there was no single structure, but now even a one-man law firm has some sort of structure, because that's what they need. Otherwise, the one-man lawyer might go away with your title and you never see him again. So people want you to inspire trust, and the only way you can inspire trust is to be competent. And the competence comes from many things. Aside from just knowing the law, you have a good law firm, office, website, someone Googles you, they can find you. You have an address, a fixed address. Some work of yours is out there, cross-reference. References are there also speaking about you. Those are the things to prepare yourself. And then you have to be intentional about seeking these networks. There are almost about 200 legal networks in the world. Terralex, all these. And then you need to know, because it's two ways. You're just rushing to join a network. What do you want to benefit from the network? You need to understand what the network is, what they're looking for. Some networks are looking for boutique firms. They don't want the big firms. Some networks are looking for specialized practices, that sort of thing. But the only way you can do this is to be intentional about looking for them. They're online. And again, the way you get these opportunities is to grow your network. Because even you may search online and not know what you're searching for or not get things, but through different networking ventures, you get different opportunities. People keep sending you opportunities. I'll tell you, you were asking for free things. The WIPO Academy, World Intellectual Property Organization, always has a summer academy with free programs there. Ugandan lawyers can be only about a handful. When you look at the list, you find about 20 South African lawyers, about 50 Nigerian lawyers. These things are free, but they're there. And then you get a certificate. And then you get to know the guys at WIPO. And then they'll say, hey, there's a Ugandan lawyer who did our program the other time. Let's send him this opportunity. He goes for training in the Seoul Patent Office. You know, it's just that intentional putting yourself out there. But to put yourself out there, you must be putting a sensible brand out there, a brand of competence, a brand that inspires trust, and a brand that builds, that is intentional about building those relations.
Okay. So I think we've pretty much covered many aspects on business development and networking. I would like to call for questions. Online audience, we haven't forgotten you. If there are questions from the online audience, Winnie or Edward or Edwin can share with us those questions. In the room, are there any questions for Bernard? Please go ahead and read them. Oh, as well as comments. Yeah, Bernard would like to know what people are saying online. He's mindful of his.
All right. Thank you, Juliet. As we're waiting for the questions to trickle in, I have two for my friend Bernard. The very first one is the most serious one. Yes, Bernard, in branding, I had lunch with my good friends here, and there's a discussion, LLM, MBA, So others will tell you an MBA is more marketable, it's very good branding, as opposed to an LLM. So just wanted you to pick your mind on the academic branding, just a little, the qualification. Then the second one is a practical one. The conservatives will tell you, it's a noble profession, stay very serious, But if I went out with my good friend Derek, and we're in Zanzibar, we went with our friends, we're in our shorts, we're having a good time, and I had to post my video, on WhatsApp, but on WhatsApp I have clients. You save a client's number. Should you put that client? So when you go to WhatsApp, should I block them? Should I live my life freely? It's a weekend. If I'm posting my video, it's my video. Or should I put James client? So when I go to WhatsApp, I block all clients. So something a little on our social media practices. Ladies and gentlemen, any other questions in the house? Hilda is
Bernard can start.
Moving. Then online, please drop in your questions. Bernard is there to.
Derek, your digital footprint is known by the public. I hope you can
I'll start
defend
with
it.
his. Can I go?
Yes.
Again, posting, and so of course not everyone is serious all the time, So you will have things you want to post. But for me, even in the social sphere, the posts when you're having fun, they're posts which are okay to post.
They're you.
So it's just about that, having that ability to decipher and discern, because you can have social posts with your boys in Zanzibar, post your pictures. There's nothing wrong with that. Post them in the right place, Put them on your WhatsApp status. It can even be a conversation starter. One time I posted, I was I was posting a picture with my nephews, and we're playing a certain game. And one of my clients, a CEO, commented on my status. I said, hey, where is this? And then we start there. I didn't even know he had my number, or he even watches my status. So I guess, again, it just aligns with the entire brand. If you understand what your brand is, then you shouldn't be even having a debate with yourself on things to post, because they'll come naturally to you. Say, I'm having fun with friends. There's no harm in that post. You should be able to discern quickly and say, this one I can post, this one I can't post. So it's just a constant ability to discern and understand yourself. Is it on brand? People say, is it on brand? Is it on brand? But if you have a picture there, you're caning these bongs and what. So ask yourself, but if I post it on my WhatsApp, am I going to get more positive than negative comments? So it's just that discernment of understanding your post. But otherwise, post even the casual things. It's good. People will see, hey, cancel. I didn't know you even wear shorts. You know, so it's just that discernment. But ideally, they shouldn't be a problem if you understand your brand, because it will quickly come to you that this is okay. Oh, we're out having a few beers. That's okay. You post it as long as you know. But if you're out having a few beers, there are drugs, there are what, you know. So then they are now in that picture. What are you trying to communicate? So I guess it's on your brand. When you understand your brand, your digital footprint, you will not have a hard time discerning what to post.
It's interesting you mentioned that. I didn't know there were clients who viewed my status. And so one day I'm on a rant about, not actually a rant. I was in a space of feeling like listening to rock music. So I just kept dropping videos, short videos of Avril Lavigne. And the client was like, I'm here for a Coldplay concert. Can I get you a signed copy of something? And there I was having a signed, you know, album cover. And it's interesting. If you're yourself, you're not embarrassed, and you will know.
Yeah.
Your person will tell you the things you're embarrassed about. You will get a certain feeling when you're about to post them. So post the things that are positive, that are part of you. And that's not to say that we should hide certain aspects of ourselves, but you are an adult and you're discerning, so you're able to actually identify this. But Bernard, before we move on to the next question, the question about academia.
Yeah, it's the one I was going to.
Yes, please.
Yeah. And again, on LLM, MBA, I may not be the best person to ask, but my thought is twofold. One, we have so many lawyers, you know? So we need to, guys are going to differentiate you on how you look on paper even before they see you. So it's important to demonstrate knowledge. And unfortunately, to demonstrate knowledge, you must be qualified. So definitely, if they are sorting CVs, this one has a master's, this one doesn't have a master's. They've already put the one that has a master's there. It doesn't mean not having a master's is the bad thing, but there are too many people applying for the job. They're now just quickly. So one, it's good to develop yourself professionally, whether it's postgraduate courses, whether it's masters. I think it's important, because even jobs which never used to ask for them are asking for them, because it's just a differentiator. A job which used to have 6 applications has 40 applications. Now you can't go to the nitty-gritty of all those 40. So you start using such things to sieve them out. So I guess it's part of, that's the first part. To stand out, we are too many, we are competing for the same things, so we must keep developing ourselves, and sometimes it means studying more and more and more. Now, whether it's an MBA or an LLM, that one, I think it again aligns to what you want for your future, where you see your career, and how it will help you. Because we come out of, some people, I was almost guilty of that one time. I came out of uni, I immediately wanted, someone threw me a free master's and I wanted to take it, a scholarship. It was a master's in human rights. But and luckily I had maybe about 6 months before the master's to go for the master's. And in those 6 months, I interned in a firm. I got an internship and I started understanding different opportunities of legal practice. So when I started understanding them, I realized it's not human rights where I want to go. So I would have wasted time going for a 1-year master that I would never use. So again, yes, we come, it's good to see the opportunities in the world where you see your career. Are you going to, where you see the practice adapting, and that's where you hit. If you're so focused and I'm going to be in legal practice, in private legal practice, then you say, but I want to focus on arbitration. Let me do a master's in arbitration. I want to be a commercial lawyer. Then you're weighing an MBA adds me, commercial lawyers with MBAs. You do your research. You have to put in the research. Commercial lawyers with MBAs have a better footing in understanding clients' businesses than an LLM.
Transitioning to management.
And then these days organizations like to give us lawyers top positions. So if a lawyer has an MBA, it's easier to put in top management, to put on boards. So it's just those, but it's not a cram work situation. It's understanding what you want. Then when you understand what you want, you do your research. Then you say, okay, I want to take this level of practice. I want to be an in-house lawyer. So maybe I need to do ICSA, because I see myself maybe rising up to company secretary. It is about 25 years of my life. I need an ICSA more than I need an LLM in. There's a guy who went for an LLM in maritime law.
I know.
So
a
yes,
couple
you're
of
studying with
those.
everything, but it doesn't make sense. So I guess it's just being intentional about knowing your career path, where you want to go, understanding the wider spectrum, the changing face of legal practice internationally and nationally, and trying to put yourself ahead of the curve. Yeah.
Hilda? Okay.
So thank you, Bernard. My question is on the requirement of the law, the professional conduct that limits the touting. But well, you know, big firms now, they even sponsor symposiums, they on NBS, on NTV. I've seen colleagues, I've seen a lawyer appear on Masuzemtia on that show. I have a colleague that appears on some radio about land disputes and what. Don't you think that we are at a time where we see a bannered poster somewhere that the best legal advisor or this kind of better call Saul? Aren't we at that time where we need it? And don't you think that the law has overstayed its welcome?
Since we're in a branding session, you've not introduced yourself, and we need to know who is giving us these smart questions.
Oh, my name is Joshua Yamazima.
Thank you, Joshua.
OHT Joshua Yamazima.
OHT Joshua. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's again twofold. The law is not moving as fast as the world. So yes, we have the regulations prohibiting us from advertising. Unfortunately, they're still there and it's slow. So I guess it's playing clever. So we can't go all out advertising because you also don't want to be before the law council. But you have to be clever about putting yourself there, out there, you know? By the way, all these guys who are writing legal opinions, tweets on these things, that is advertising. But luckily, the definition in the law is not that wide, and they are playing in that gap. And so they're being clever to merge what the practice demands. We are 5,000 lawyers, so you have to ideally sell yourself for someone to come to you over the other guy. So you have to do it. But yet you're restricted by the regulations. So I guess it's just being a bit clever. Do these sponsorships. Then you come here, our logos are down here. They're there. So it's not really advertising, but you sponsor things. So it's being clever. They're playing in the gaps. So if you make this, I would be interested in seeing that argument before the law council, that this is advertising. But I think you can, if you look at the way the law, I think the intention, I thought direct advertising of Better Call Saul, billboards, and yet in the rest of the world, they're there. If you've seen on TV, especially in the US, guys are on buses, on stands and what, you know, you're leading occupational health safety lawyer, Bernard Mukasa. Even my picture and point you to my number like this. That's where they are. And eventually, maybe we might need to get there because of the numbers. But now, in the current situation, you just need to be clever, position yourself put yourself out there without offending the regulations because it's still law. So yeah, it's selling yourself like that.
Joshua, you bring up a good question. Wouldn't it be also another argument to say that it's time to reconsider the law? Is that law relevant in this day and age? If we are being clever, it means we are aware, right? So if we have to be clever, it means we are aware that there is something that should be regulating us, and we are trying to find interesting ways of reinventing how to do it. So I know we don't have a law council representative here, and Bernard, you're not a law council representative, but
Kenneth Chipalu.
Yeah, Chipalu, Kenneth. He's not with us, but shouldn't we actually be asking that question? What are other countries doing? Why is it that an American lawyer can be on a bus and the legal profession is getting better and better maybe, and more interactive where they are? And that's a question really for law council, but yeah, it brought some food for thought.
And it's for you young lawyers.
Yeah.
Now more than ever, you need,
because you're 5,000 plus.
And you need to put yourselves out there. So cause legislative reform, you have the numbers, you know how to do it. Cause legislative reform. The guys who drafted the law, those were days when a lawyer didn't need to advertise himself because either way, they're just a handful of lawyers. So when they want a lawyer, say, I want a guy who's good in land transaction, you walk to Peter Mlira's chambers and immediately, because it comes naturally. So they didn't need to advertise. So that was the thinking then. Now there is need to advertise. You have the numbers, you're young. Go through the process, change the law.
Okay, next question.
Thank you, Bernard. My name is Innocent Damnina. I operate a small new firm, which is about to see its second anniversary. I appreciate your thoughts on branding of the lawyer. And you've said a lot about branding of the lawyer. I want to pick your thoughts on branding a corporate entity, a small firm. As a partner at a new firm, how does my personal branding feed into the brand of the firm? My name is Innocent. I have a small firm, it's a different name. I'm interested in pushing the brand of that firm. Because that firm cannot tweet, it cannot make visits, it cannot do so many things. But I should be able to push that brand. It's kindly help me in pushing that direction. How can I use my my branding to push the corporate brand?
Innocent, first answer. You've asked a very beautiful question. You've talked about it, but the first failure, you've not mentioned the name of the firm.
And also, it's not a small farm, it's a growing farm.
Every time you're mentioning Innocent, mention the name of the firm. So all of us now will leave here knowing the name of the firm.
DIT Advocates.
So I don't know. It's
DIT Advocates.
DIT Advocates.
DIT Advocates is a growing firm in Kampala with a stunning lawyer.
So push the personal brand, yes, impacts on the firm brand. And people in the firm build the firm brand. They all have impact. So push them alongside each other and understand that your personal brand has an impact on this brand. So you have to be on brand across board. There's a bigger implication. So it goes to things like, for example, what you're putting out there on your social media, how does it impact the firm brand? How will it impact the clients, the colleagues, and other people? And then also be intentional in pushing it alongside yourself. Sometimes you find there are people with strong individual brands, but we don't even know what they are doing. So if me and Bernard, I can't leave here without mentioning Otis Advocates. So that you understand Bernard is from Otis Advocates. Simple way to do it without even engaging actual experts to tell you about branding. And they are there, they can tell you how to brand organization. But the big wins, I'm Bernard, people know me.
I went every time for a training in Waipo.
So I started pushing Otis. In fact, I actually wanted to come in an Otis shirt, but luckily I wore it today. It's not iron. But yeah, so it's just that. So that then guys start understanding, yeah, Bernard, Otis. Then eventually the Otis brand grows. So then I also understand the negative works. If Bernard is in a negative light, it can impact Otis in a negative light. So it's both the positive and the negative. But push the brands, align the brands, because one affects the other.
Don't forget the specialty as well, because Bernard, Otis, then what does he do at Otis? Thank you. There's a question at the back. There's a lady.
All right, thank you. My name is Oneka Faith Irene. I mastered in international law and human rights at a Spanish-speaking country. My question is in relation to legal practice, especially cross-border. But in terms of the language aspect, I don't know if you've interfaced any networking opportunities in that way, or how would you advise we who are interested in the language aspects, but also networking legal practice?
So I don't know if I've understood it well. One, again, it's widening your sphere. Why compete with all these guys when you can get that one thing that makes you stand out? Okay, so maybe I don't know, one on the language, if I think I've understood it well, get a second language. If you're a lawyer, these days lawyers in Dubai, lawyers in Kenya are going to learn Chinese because all the business from China. So if I'm a lawyer and I know Chinese and I can interact with my Chinese clients and you don't know Chinese, whereas we are both competent, I'm now more attractive than you. That's one. There are lawyers who have gone out, you're a lawyer in a common law system. Try and get in a civil law system. I mean, again, it aligns with where you want your practice to go and where you see your career path. So if you're in human rights and you add on a civil law system, you're all of a sudden able to work in other civil law countries. You're a dual qualified lawyer, you know? So it's just taking advantage of those opportunities, and they're becoming important now because of the numbers and the small market we're in. So we need to look outward. So it's those small advantages. They can come in handy depending on if you've thought about it and how it aligns with where you want to go. So it can be an advantage, and I think it should be an advantage. So we are looking for all those small things to set us apart. You know, I'm a lawyer, I can speak Arabic. Now I'm targeting Middle East clients.
Thank you. Ahmed Mayanja. I work with Mulindwa and Associates. You mentioned that lawyers, you can advertise yourself. My understanding is solicitors in England are allowed to advertise. Barristers don't advertise. Actually, Mr. Mpanga, David Mpango of Bowman's, he told us that barristers don't shake hands because they are gentlemen. So I think the same rules apply to Uganda. We are advocates and we are not allowed to advertise. So where do you draw the line? Advertising, branding yourself, and not falling into the trap of law counsel saying that you are soliciting or adapting or something like that.
Thank you. And again, just to answer that, I'll add to the initial one, which was asked in the same respect. It's just playing within the gaps, because even Mr. Mpanga, not allowed to advertise, but his brand is growing. He's a thought leader on Twitter. When he says something, people take it with full authority. So it's just playing, being creative about that. You know, you put yourself out there, but not directly. We're not saying bring a banner here. Bernard Mukasa is a lawyer for this and this. No, that would be direct advertising. Law counsel is going to get you. So whilst you one day we hope the law will change, but in the meantime, you play in the spaces. You just push, play within the spaces. It's there. So you push your brand where you can, at events, get speaking gigs, present, you know. When you do a nice case, give us a client alert, make people share it on WhatsApp groups. We're looking at your client alert. Your picture is at the end there, the writer. Now we know you. So it's just playing within those spaces, because it doesn't necessarily offend the law, and yet it still gets you the mileage advertising would get you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we'll take the questions from the online audience and then we close this conversation.
All right, Bernard, there's one from Douglas Matthew. He's joining in online. Douglas is asking, how do young lawyers harness opportunities outside the law firm or litigation, given the vast lawyers in the market? Would you advise lawyers to get into consulting, etc., other than law firms?
So the first part is, how do young lawyers harness opportunities?
Yes.
Again, and then outside the law firm. Again, it's what I said. It's where you see opportunity, because we are many now. You're seeing opportunities which even I was not seeing. You know, lawyers are in consultancy. Some lawyers are even in the modern world. Some lawyers are lobbyists now. A lawyer just invests in his relationship. He knows, I'm going to be a trade lawyer. You know the entire Parliamentary Committee on Trade. You know the Minister of Trade on the executive side. So you can get deals. You can get things done in the trade space. So you're a lobbyist. But the law just helps you to get there, because people trust lawyers, and then it gives you the understanding of trade laws and that sort of thing. But you've now gone to a new field. Lawyers are lobbyists, you know? So it's just about thinking of opportunities. I mean, lawyers can be consultants. Lawyers, now there's ESG now is a big thing. Now ESG specifically has some legal aspects in terms of the laws on environment and everything, but it also has some sociological aspects. So if as a lawyer I go back, and just brush up on the sociological aspects. If you look at most of the companies who do ESG, there's a lawyer. So whereas the sociologist is there, but the lawyer is more advantageous because he covers you legally, and then he can also implement. So it's just looking at those areas and thinking, where this wasn't attractive, this wasn't available long time ago, and now it can easily be available. And it's a fact, because that's how legal practice has grown. When I finished HSC, and I was thinking of lawyers, at that point in Uganda, that was 2004, there were about 6 tax lawyers. People knew them by hand. There were about 5 or 6 tax lawyers. who said that for us, we are going to specialize in tax. Okay? They saw an opportunity there. They harnessed it. They said, hey, guys are not understanding this tax thing. It's not just about going to argue income tax act. No, there are some technicalities. So they saw an opportunity there, and they've made a lot of money over the years. Now others are rushing to join them as tax lawyers, because tax is a thing which is never going to go away. In 2010, I only knew 3 intellectual property lawyers. Intellectual property, whereas it's still growing, it's critical to any trade commercial infrastructure. So now, if you're thinking, hey, what are the aspects of it? Now you even break it down and say, what are the aspects of intellectual property? Where is the opportunity? How many people can do this? This is an agricultural country, so they will have more patents than anything. Maybe I specialize in patents. But it's just that thinking of looking for opportunities where they were not before and being the first there. That's how it works. Because when you're, and what pushes you to look for opportunity are the growing numbers, because we can't all compete for the same things. So now you have to be forced to look for opportunities elsewhere. You know, you may be even forced to now, the law becomes secondary to you and you look for something else to do, which the law strengthens you for, but it's not necessarily your everyday bread.
You make a good point. You make a good point. For example, I'm currently a legal consultant. So, and I can tell you that the jobs are there, the work is there. It has some challenges. It will have complications, just like a law firm, but they're there, right? And we're focusing on that for the Young Lawyers Mentorship Series. We're trying to bring in people who are not telling you constantly about farm work. We're trying to expose you. That's why we had a whole segment on cross-border practice, a whole segment on exposure, so that you can broaden your mindsets and know that as a lawyer, that's the beginning, yeah? And it already speaks so highly of you as a person and your standard, so you can break into any industry that you wish to break into if you apply yourself. So don't be shy. Use your legal degree to harness relationships, to build you, to take you to other environments. And then you've read the book, Die Empty.
Yeah.
We are not one individual person in terms of what we can do. We have so many talents. John Katende, yeah, he's a scriptwriter. He's done everything under the sun that the Lord put in his what? In his mind and in his heart. So don't be shy. If you're a painter, if you once had a fancy for music, you can become an artist. I know a few lawyers who have record companies. I know lawyers who are into sports and they are running sports companies. So free yourself of the first degree notion. Acquire new knowledge, grow in the area that you feel comfortable in. Edwin, I think that was the last question, right? Yes.
Break off the shackles.
Yeah.
And other guys are also coming for us. You've seen audit firms. They are now doing our work, due diligence, all those things.
Edwin.
So it's the same way you have to think about it. You know, the auditors have now said, instead of having lawyers doing this, let's get lawyers. So if you're a lawyer and you say, let me go and do my CPA and something, then you go into the audit firms, you compete with auditors, but now you have a law degree, you'll be looking much better than them. So it's just thinking outside the box right now. We need to leave traditional legal practice. We are too many.
That's true. And reminding you of the theme, self-leadership. You have to have self-leadership. It compounds. It may look petty when you're starting it, or too small or insignificant, but it compounds. So let's have self-leadership. Let's lead ourselves. Let's take it to the next level. Bernard, your closing remarks. 3 things people should remember about business development, branding, networking. 3 things.
So, okay, before I got the 3 things, but anyway, it's still connected. 3 things. 1 is to know your worth. You know your worth as a person. I'm Bernard. What do I know? What are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? So that at any point, you know what you can achieve in any situation. So know your worth. And then 2, ask questions. Seek knowledge, ask questions. There is no, it sounds theoretical that learning never stops, but you must know things. So you must know the things which are happening in the world. You must know the things which are happening around you. Take interest in things. Like, hey, they've discovered gold here. Just take an interest and say, okay, what does this mean for the country? What does it mean? So that the conversation starts from there before you offer your services. A submarine has sunk. What does it mean? Know things which are happening around you. Seek information. Have basic information on the things around you. And also get used to being told no. Because you have 10 no's before the yes. So it's okay. A no shouldn't hurt you. We've applied for jobs, we've not got them. It's okay. Now maybe the no's will be more because the opportunities are less. But it's okay. Let a no not knock you down. You just get back on the horse, go on. And the last thing is, of course, be patient and be ready for your luck. Do the 50% preparation so that when you reach the other 50%, which is luck, which is networking, which is opportunity, which comes out of nowhere, you're ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bernard Mukasa. Edwin, we promised that one person will give us an elevator pitch. 30 seconds. Who is it going to land on? I'm feeling lucky. I know too many people in the audience. Philip, don't look away. Kelly, don't look away. Kelly, come give us a 30-second elevator pitch. Sell yourself. Yes, thank you. You're allowed to call yourself another name, not Kelly.
So we're timing.
We're timing you.
Can I do it in left?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's
Good
even
evening,
better?
everyone. My name, can you hear me?
I think the mic, you can tap.
No, it's on.
eh? It's on, okay. So good evening, everyone, again for the third time. My name is Kelly Afieno. Currently, I'm with Legal Aid Project of ULS. My passion lies in human rights, international law, and that sector. But I'm a versatile lawyer. I'm a young lawyer, maybe not as young as some, maybe not as old as some. I am energetic. I'm very, 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 very big on learning. I'm a long-time learner and I have grit and a growth mindset. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. So Edwin is listening. He's looking for lawyers to convert to the audit world. She said she's a fast learner, yeah, and she loves learning. So you can pick up the conversation in the cocktail. Yeah, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This marks the end of the symposium panels. We're going to get into the closing ceremony. Edwin, over to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Juliet. Ladies and gentlemen, Bernard and Juliet deserve a big round of applause. Yeah? Very, very, very insightful discussion. Yeah, they touched on very relatable topics. But importantly, yeah, guard your brand, nurture it, but most importantly, grow it. Yeah, your brand is your everything. Thank you, Bernard. That's very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the end of our discussion and the end of our symposium, our day 2 symposium, and allow me invite the person at the helm of the committee that put together this amazing 2-day symposium. Join me in welcoming Derek Mazekuketa, the chairperson of the Young Lawyers Committee, to bring this symposium to an end.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I know you're all tired. I know during this session, you must be in the afternoon. Afternoons are always very hard. So I remember a song that I listened to. I couldn't remember it, but I asked my neighbor. I think I networked. And I was like, there was this song, it has a funny word. The word is, what is it? It reminded me that it's actually Twice Koda. So I hope you guys Twice Koda. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, both physically and online, for attending this session. Just a recap of what we've had throughout the 2 days that we've been here. We've had a discussion by the senior lawyers. We've mastered the game. I don't know if we remember anything about the senior lawyers. Is there anything intriguing that we can recall? Anyone? Anyone? Intriguing? Okay, so we shouldn't get near the door of the law council. Okay, any discussion on the discussion we had on mastering the game? Anyone? Mastering the game. You remember the discussion we had? We had the panel of Mr. Cephas Spirungi. Anything that we remember? Anyone? Okay. I think we should for our online audience.
Mr. Birudi said that you need to pick a passion and you need to be intentional. And if you aim at something, you can always never be good at everything because it never helps.
Okay, thank you so much. Personal finance, anyone? Anything that you remember on personal finance? Ochiwa says
on black tax,
clients accounts.
On black tax, Mr. Akena said, don't try to be government. If government has failed to help your relatives, who are you to really stretch out and be able to hope on everything?
Okay, he remembers that we should not be government. I see Cynthia, is your hand up? Okay.
We were tasked to, much as we're making money, we should also invest the money. So they educated us about various investment avenues, for example, the bonds. And they also told us where to start from, go to your bank, ask your bank how you should go about it. So make money, invest money.
So you're heading to the bank on Monday? All right. Okay, day two, we've had a discussion on starting out. Anything we've picked from the discussion on starting out? We had Mr. Tony Tumukunde, we had our worship Evelyn, and we had Mr. Kauka James. So anything that we recall from that discussion, starting out? Guys, we're closing. Temu Itako, we are closing. Anything that we remember from starting out? Doreen, is your hand up? Guys, come on. Anything? Mr. Chiba, we have a hand. Personal branding. You've been participating, but we do not know.
To me, it's how the passion to serve in the office of DPP drove Kauka from, because he says from his days at LDC in the MOTS, he would be referred to or told to, that he would be a good prosecutor. So we see that he goes into private practice, but as he's there, he also hears of the police story and he's like, okay, this could take me closer to where I want to be. So he had the urge to join police force just because he wanted to be a prosecutor. And then he goes there, he says he gives up all his effort like a private contractor, which is, I think, very key and a take home to most of us. When you hear the cut across discussion in the session of young lawyers, these young lawyers are paid little. Sometimes it's about the value and effort you put to work. You go to an office and senior lawyer is in office at 10 in the night. Young lawyers by 4, they're out.
It's a Friday.
So it's an issue that should be on our minds. That much as you want to be there, you need to put in the work and the effort. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Then the last discussion we had was on networking. I think Julia and Bernard did a very great job. Remember the discussion? Anything that we picked from the discussion? The last discussion that we had? Anyone, please?
Personally, what I got that I think is going to stick to my mind is what he said, that from the moment you wake up till you sort of finish your day, it's like you have a networking opportunity right before you every single day. So I think before I would probably not have taken it as that, but from when you wake up till you finish the day, the networking opportunities.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much. I see
I wasn't around much of the time of the networking session, but I want to give a biblical networking something that I've picked. The Bible somewhere says something like, you are not aware of that, you're an angel or something. Beware of okay, something, but like the issue is sometimes the person you're seated next to is an angel. I'll give a live example. My colleague here, a few days ago, I was contacted by a project in France. They had specifically sent someone to me. So they needed someone who was interested in international human rights. And I was like, you know what, much as you have been sent to me, I can refer someone to you. So they were like, you man, you have an opportunity for you. I was like, no, I can refer someone. So I gave in Geoffrey's name.
Why not mine?
I gave in Geoffrey's name. And last evening, they told me, your colleague was shortlisted, but he didn't know. So today we were having lunch and I was like, you man, you are shortlisted. They want like 3 people. So they shortlisted him among the 3. So sometimes it's the angel that you're seated with, but you don't know. So you need to take networking from the person seated next to you. You never know what comes out of it.
I will not sit next to him. He beat me at the ULS Rising Star Award. He beat me at the referral. Okay. All right.
Lastly, especially to our speaker, my name is Geoffrey Tuliamusima. I am passionate about, let me stand, about human rights, international criminal law, and all that. Let me talk about Bernard. I first met Bernard in Zanzibar. I collected my money for a full year to go for the East African conference. Still, this guy is the one who pushed me to go. Now, I meet Bernard in Zanzibar. I'm not on Twitter. I'm on Twitter, but not Sibitegela Bulungi. Now, I meet Bernard that side. We discuss, we talk, we jazz, we enjoy life that side. There's several, I don't know whether he remembers. There's several things he taught me while in Zanzibar at the hotel, which when my colleague Wameli Anthony died, are the same things I used in order to set up mine. I'm grateful. That is networking.
Wow. Thank you so much. Bernard talked about networking and he talked about buzz. And on that note, we'll be having our after party at Thrones tonight. Drinks on the house, ULS and the president have provided. So feel free to network. Our colleagues, our friends online, feel free to join us at Thrones tonight. Bogolobi, Bandari Rise. You guys know the place, right? You know the place. Okay. At this juncture, I want to thank our moderators. We've had Jordan Tumwesije, we've had Godwin Toko, Ebal Brownie, we've had Penelope, Shakira Nasozi, and Edwin Echiba. Thank you so much. They've done a great job, haven't they? Thank you so much. We also want to thank our sponsors. Unfortunately, my firm, GEM Advocates, were not able to sign the check on time, so we weren't able to sponsor, but we promise the next time we'll put in something. We want to thank BDO, an audit firm. Mr. Echiba works with the BDO. We want to thank S&L Advocates. We want to thank Kalikumutima and Company Advocates, Signam Advocates, as well as Birungi Barata Advocates. They've been instrumental in helping us raise funds to put up this event. So we want to appreciate them with a round of applause. We also want to thank our partners, UNDP, as well as Smart 24 TV. They've also been instrumental in helping us. I also want to thank the committee. I don't know if the members are still around, committee members. I see the vice chairperson, Asimwe Angela. Do we have any other committee members? Edward, any other person? Okay, the committee has about 47 members. However, we've 2 have represented. In a special way, I want to thank someone who has been so supportive to this event and who continues to be supportive to the committee. She's actually our technical advisor. I want to thank Miss Juliet Josephine Navada. She has a wealth of experience in ULS matters. She has connections. She has led us to Bernard. She has led us to various people, sponsors. She has really done a great job, and she didn't want to come to the limelight, but I said I will appreciate her in this very special way. We also want to thank the Secretariat. They've been supportive. They've helped us with the logistics and everything. We thank you so much. Doreen, Simon, the CEO, thank you so much. We also want to thank the technical team. These guys were here on Wednesday night. They've been here all through and they're still here. We want to thank you guys, Drake and your team. Thank you so much. I want to thank the president. He's not around, he's not available. He has been attending the graduation ceremony at LDC, but we want to thank him in absentia. He has also been, he has offered guidance. We've had meetings with him. He has guided us on what to do. We want to thank him for that. And lastly, I want to thank you guys, the members of the Uganda Law Society, the young lawyers, the senior lawyers, and all advocates. Without you, this event would have been nothing. It's one thing when organizing an event, it's another thing for people to turn up, for people to log in and listen. Thank you so much. My parting shots. Knowing the law is no longer enough. The future of a young lawyer, the future lawyer, any lawyer, rests on skills over and above legal knowledge. To succeed in your legal career, you'll need three things: the passion to continue driving you even when you feel you shouldn't. You'll need people. We all need people. And above all, you'll need God. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Derek. I think since we still have our CEO around, it wouldn't be very good for a CEO to let us go simply like that. Yeah, he has been at the center of having everything. Yeah, so Mr. Moses, if you could just have a minute to engage with the membership. Thank you. Join me in welcoming Moses. He's the CEO of the Law Society.
Good evening, everyone. Colleagues online and physically present, thank you. I'm glad that we are still here. It's almost 5. And a few minutes ago, Drake whispered to me that we still have 200 participants online. So I was amazed. Usually, we started with 470 online. So we're excited with the turn up. We didn't have this event last year, but we are glad that this year we've had over 500. So young lawyers who form the biggest part of the membership right now, well done. And thank you for coming. On behalf of the Executive Council, our Central Representative is here. On behalf of the Secretariat and the Uganda Law Society, we would like to thank you. As the Law Society, we are very deliberate on young lawyers. The young lawyers form more than 50% of the society. And we would be aloof not to pay interest to the future of the society. And we are glad that you've agreed to be part of this journey as we try and find ways of making our membership more relevant, more employable, and more productive. And I'm glad the Symposium has been one of those avenues. I know as the committee, you have a whole calendar lined up of events. And I would be glad if at one point you took a moment and shared the calendar with the membership, mainly the young lawyers, to know what you have in store. so that they get to know the wonderful ideas that you've come up with, and the Secretariat will always support you in that regard. Allow me thank the membership, both physically present and online, the Executive Council that has given us guidance, the President who has personally taken off time to meet us occasionally on this symposium, the Young Lawyers Committee. Allow me mention a few names: Derek, Juliet, Ebal, Asimwe, Chiba, and several others who have constantly given us time in the past 2 weeks to be able to come up with the program of the symposium. Allow me also to thank the Secretariat, my colleagues, Doreen, Simon, Margaret, Ken, Aziz. We have other colleagues from the Secretariat as well. The Secretariat, thank you very much for putting in over and above to make this possible. I would also like to thank in a special our partners, UNDP, Smart TV, S&L, Birunji Barata, Kalikum Team and Company Advocates, BDO, Musangala, and Company Advocates, Signum Advocates. Thank you. I would also want to thank BDO. BDO is a new partner who has come on board, and we are glad that you've come in strong. Please continue walking this journey with us and with the young lawyers. I also want to thank our panelists. We still have Bernard in the room. Bernard Mukasa, thank you for always being available. As well as your firm for occasionally offering us services on pro bono as and when we ask. I don't know if we have any other panelists in the room, but thank you very much, all our panelists. We had to call some of you at last minute after some people turned us down, but thank you for coming through. I'd also want to thank the moderators, Juliet, and the Young Lawyers Committee who offered to be moderators of the various sessions. Thank you very much. I will not discuss the content of the conference because Derek and the rest have ably done that. All I want to say is thank you, and let's meet again. Have a blessed evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, the symposium is closed. Feel free to reach out to anyone next to you. Let us network. Let's exchange contacts, business cards, take photos. Thank you.